everyone, how's it going today? I'm doing quite well myself, but I hope you guys are having a good day. So, as always, I'm just gonna sit here for just a moment and get all of the starter stuff in order. That's the music. We're listening to Ori and the Will of the Wisps soundtrack again today because I really enjoy that song. I feel like it's really nice for when we do some like FTD style builds. You're doing good? Hey, that's good to hear. Congratulations on getting first. Once again, I'm free. I can see people already mentioning that you tend to snipe it in chat there, which is quite funny. But there we go. Alright. As always, let me know if the music's too loud. I'll put it about there. That's a nice volume for me. And I will do all the other administrative stuff. Thank you for the follow. Dr. Dayton VT, followed by Monkey Man, thank you for coming in. Gremlin, Maddie, Tier, always good to see you. Corey, good to see you. Eileen, good to see you as well as Tuesdack. Hope everyone's having a fantastic Monday morning. I am doing quite well today. I'm actually excited. And with TPD finally getting back into full swing, I joined a faction. I'm working with Mjolnir this season, and I want to work on a few other logi vehicles. So, today, we're going to be doing a Flamin' Logi vehicle. I forgot to do the ads. I knew I was forgetting something. Alright, well today we're waiting for the ads to finish, and then I'll explain what we're going to be doing. I didn't even try damn tier snipe my first last name. The funny thing about that, Sheepachu, is that M3 Lee sniped it from tier. So I have a redeem in my channel redeems for it. I've not mentally recovered from it yet. Work explanation. My game crashed? Well, what if you uncrashed it? Consider this. But yes, aside from that, we'll be doing the same thing as usual, where we will be doing some little sketches of what we want to build today, followed by playing it, building it in FTD. So, yeah, if you like the sketch part, welcome in. If you like the FTD part, just stick around for a bit. I'll probably only be sketching for a few hours at most. Socks off because it's a little bit warm in here today. Holy shit, we have the boot toggle IRL. There we go. But yeah, aside from that, really not much else to say. Just gonna be trying out some 3D sketches. I haven't done 3D sketches in a hot minute, so we're gonna see how that goes, eh? Now, as for my reference art today, I will be using the M113 APC. I feel like that's probably going to be my best bet when it comes to how I want to design this one. Sniped? Not the place I was going for. I didn't even knew cared if it was there. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying to you. Like, I don't think you sniped it from Sheepachu. I think M3 Lee had it like a few minutes before you anyway. What kind of tank would we be doing? I say tank, but I guess it's more of it's the M113 APC. I'm getting my ass handed to me on a golden plate by a giant hippo. Oh, I love that boss. Really? You're getting your ass handed to you by it? I found that boss was like... Without spoiling it, I only struggled on 2 bosses in the DLC. I was playing with my friend who had played it through, and so she was helping me. But, I really didn't find it that difficult, in general. The hardest part about getting to the DLC is that we decided to skip everyone and we went after Moog right away. So we took out... Remember, bad at... Oh, okay, fair. Yes, you're bad at dodging. My planet's called Lightning, motherfucker, let's go. But yeah, no, the hardest part about the DLC for me is that, my friend and I, we were level 20, and we're like, you know what, fuck it, Moog, you're going down. We fought against Moog like 57 times before we got it at level 20, but... Right, I'm saying I didn't even know it was there, so we couldn't really snipe. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Oh, okay, I get you. Yeah. Either way, I think it was just Sheepachu being silly. Ignorance does not mean... Sheepachu, Tier didn't even get first yesterday about M3 lead, that's what I'm saying. You're accusing the wrong gal. Tier is innocent here. Alright, so the nice thing about the M113 is that it's a box. It's super simple to draw. The idea is stance break, ice lightning, the proc frostbite, then go to town. That's not a bad idea. Or only has trouble with easy enemies. Honestly, it's... I hate that that's becoming a theme, where it's like, I'm super good against bosses, and like, any roadblock, I just immediately run through. But the moment it's like, level 1 grunt with a will, I'm like, alright, I give up. Me being silly, how dare you. Well, what's this? This is nothing so far, but soon to be an art stream. So let's get started. So I have to draw a box pretty much. So we're gonna try and do an oblique view here. Now reminder, but I don't do a lot of 3D sketches like this, and already I've curved it too much. I'm gonna increase the eraser just for when we get to those bigger details. Alright, it doesn't have to be perfect though, it just has to be the basic idea of what I want, right? Let's take that line back, there we go. And then, I think we take it, like, probably, let's say this is about 4 or 5-ish blocks of height, yeah? Might be a little bit tall for a tank, but I want to have enough in there to make sure that I can still build everything I need. I'm gonna have a slight curve at the back just for weight saving, and also just to add some general shape, because I find that, like, so Mjolnir is a very realistic style. It's a mix of, like, Cold War, World War II, from what I've looked around at so far, at least the reference images they've sent me. And I know that we're a colonial power. I'm the Supreme Magister. That's the title I was awarded, because I just kind of went into TBD, and I was like, hey, someone offer me a faction and a role. I don't want to run my own, because I don't know how to play the game. So someone offer me one. And Mjolnir got to me first, and was like, hey, here's the deal. And I was like, okay, cool. So, I just realized stream froze for me. Just thought you were staying on the start and screen the full time. Oh no, Henry! Mike Sparks, M113, aka the Arrow Gavin. What does that mean? What game are you guys talking about? Oh, so we're talking about FTD. So the Promethean Directive is a D&D style, like it's a turn-based RTS that someone has developed within the framework of FTD. So FTD is used for the battles. Everything else is kind of like traditional tabletop game. You know what I mean? So I joined that in order, because I wanted to do it, and I wanted to see what it would be like. And honestly, so far it's pretty cool. All right, let's take this and just slightly rotate it, just so it's not like, because there we go. Because I was gonna say I draw at an angle towards myself quite often, so I tend to draw it downwards, which is an issue. I mean, the guy who was curse stomped by some guy with a hammer right after a massacre in Jetstream Sam? No, they wouldn't. Still shocked that the same guy who died to filth like 10 times in a row somehow managed to first try V2 and lessen him. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure I P-ranked V2 by accident my first playthrough, didn't I? Oh, that's so funny. But yeah, no, look, it's the Rorschach advantage, alright? I sit there and, like, anything that you guys struggle with is super easy. I will never struggle with. Anything that you guys find super easy, that is my greatest, I am Syphilis, and that is my boulder. The Arrow Gavin, aka the works of a deranged performer, who decided duct tape and wins air-to-air missiles and a jet to an M13 was a good idea. Well, it's not a bad idea. Oh, all of this sounds alien. I never checked with any FTD this stuff on Discord. Oh yeah, no worries, I'm free. TBD is basically just SE Outlands, but for FTD. Yeah, that's a good way of describing it, actually. Does that make it any more or less curse? You always struggle, though? That's not true, Tier. I did most of Monster Hunter Wilds without struggling. Did most of Rise without struggling, aside from fucking Gasmagorm. Oh my god. But, no, Tier, we're talking about, like, back when I did Ultra Kill. Honestly, it's been a year since I've done Ultra Kill. What if I went back to it for a little bit? I feel like we got rid of most of the most toxic elements out of our community. And so, like, it might be okay to go back to. Do I need to find the comic? Oh, yeah, you're talking about the little clip. Merxy's clip. The clip from Merxy. There was the big update? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I did watch Monkey Man play it. Ooh, yes, please. There was a big update, yeah. I don't know. I took it, like, the only reason I stopped playing it was because chat was being too toxic. I was like, okay, I'm not doing it then. Congratulations, you had it taken away. So, we'll see if chat has redeemed themselves, because if there's any toxicity, then I'll just take it away again. Alright. God, I love Ori and the Will-O-Wisps soundtrack. It's so good. Okay, why is every oblique angled photo of this fin taken at like 90 degrees, so like you never see the roof? Alright, there we go. Yeah, I think we'll do the front as like probably 2-meter panels. Obviously 3-meter, like 4-meter would be better in terms... Actually, we might do... You know what? We might do 1-meter panels, honestly. 1-meter slopes, I should say, because I'm looking at it right now, and it's like, that's a pretty 45-ish degree angle, you know what I mean? Ultra Kill revamp is Banner, 1E is Torture, no, 0E getting confused, no worries. It's Twitch chat, the answer, I can tell it's because I have a crystal ball. The answer will be no. Encore levels are hell, yeah, okay. I'll have to try them. I'll have to get back into the game as well. How goes it? I'm doing pretty good, I'm just drawing an M113 right now. Because I would like to build it in FTD for Mjolnir, the faction I joined for Promethean Directive. I don't know how many of you are involved in Promethean Directive, but I highly recommend getting into it if you get a chance. It's actually quite fun so far. I'm one of the season 2 beta testers, and it's been a pretty good time. There we go. Okay, so basic idea here. Probably could have made that longer, but honestly, it's a basic sketch just so I know what I'm doing. And so you guys have an idea of what I'm doing. I don't need it to be perfect, you know? Alright, so we have our basic shape here. Hey Cruiser, how's it going? What's that? So Promethean Directive is a... It's kind of like Space Engineers Outlands, but for FTD. Someone described it as that earlier. No, worse than it is. No, I'm not designing the M113 Gavin. As for what I'm designing a Logi vehicle for one of the factions of TBD called Mjolnir. The Eternal Kingdom, I've joined them, and it's a fun little time. So if you are involved in TBD, let me know, and we can either make diplomacy, or you guys can, I'm sure you guys will target me down, and I'll rip to the rest of my faction, because I'm sure I'm gonna get targeted. The hyper advanced box on wheels, so true. Alright, let's get some tracks in here. I've never designed tracks before. You know, as someone who, like, does a good portion of tanks for FTD, you think I would have designed tracks by this point, but surprisingly enough, it's never come up. Normally, I assume I'm going to be using tracks, so I don't have to draw them out, but... Huh. So I actually want the tracks to be a little bit oversized, because this is going to be a Logi vehicle. And my reason for that is, so, like, for a combat variant, I would do, smaller, more armored tracks. But since it's a Logi vehicle / MP vehicle, which don't ask me why the MP vehicle is going to have a flamethrower. I'm just doing what I'm just following orders, okay, chat? I am just following orders. But, it's like an FTD campaign? Yeah. So it's, here, you know what I'll do? I don't know if I have... Oh, I can't link to their Discord. Okay, if you go to OFTD Community, there's a Promethean Directive server, and you can find out all about it in there. It's kind of like a tabletop RPG mixed with... Or a tabletop RTS, I should say. Mixed with FTD. So all the battles are done in FTD, but all the other stuff is... It's like, hey, Rhea, how's it going? Dangerous words? Yeah, I realized after I said it. Alright. I want to redo this track, because I realized that the track also has to be the same angle as everything else. Believe it or not. So this line has to fall up top. Like, drawing circles and drawing stuff like that in perspective has always been difficult for me. Technically, it would be lower down. No, it would technically be lower down, because right now it looks like it's splaying out, whereas I want it to look like it's lower down. Shit. Goddamn, I hate 3D art. I hate drawing in 3D. I love building 3D, but I hate drawing perspective 3D. There we go. Okay, it's gonna have to be the best for right now. And then... we need 5 wheels? Okay, so that'll give us a perspective for how much we need in FTD itself. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep up on that part. Like, the box of the fin can be really nice. I'm just gonna keep up on the rest of it. Do not make it split tracks. I'm gonna make it split tracks now that you mentioned it. I wasn't going to before, but now that you mentioned it, that's a great idea. Eileen, make it a care package. I will gladly take that hydrate and that stretch. Yeah, Rhea, what have you been up to lately? How have you been? I was actually gonna message you this morning, Rhea, and then I forgot because I was talking to my music guy. So I will message you after stream. Make it split tracks. Alright. So, logi-wise... So we know we're going to have a flamer up here. So let's, like, put on, like, the back door type fin. Not the back door, the top hatch. Hey, Samsung, fuck off. Oh my god, this fucking fin. I don't know, it has to open at least once per stream, and I don't know what causes it to open as the weird fin. But right now, cozy, nice. Head out with LARP crowd, had a good... Oh, nice, that sounds fun. That sounds like tons of fun. Let's just put the hatch there. And then from here, we'll just put the flamer. There we go, you know what, that works for now. Oh my god, the flamer Roomba, pretty much. And then I want a tow crane at the back, I think. How would a recovery vehicle look? Because I want it to be a combined recovery vehicle slash like, so the MP variant won't have the recovery crane, but the Logi variant will have it. Christie suspension always has 4. Yeah, well, it's not Christie suspension. Also, all the ones I'm looking at right now have 5 road wheels, so I don't know what to tell you, buddy. I'll put in the sprockets though. Split tracks, you better BVS 10. I don't know what that means, Corey. I ain't gonna lie to you, Chief. I don't know what that means. Alright. 3D art is like... 3D drawn stuff is another thing I want to get better at. Because I will always struggle with this. Have 2 road wheels? Oh, true. Why didn't I think of it? Alright. There's a ton of little details in the front, which I don't feel like, I guess I'll fix some of it. Oh, I didn't know there was some turreted variants. That's funny. Like, I thought it was... Yeah, there's actually some... Interesting. Okay, cool. Alright, let's... There we go. Okay, now I can see. Alright. Have 4 tracks like the Object 270. Again, this is a Logi vehicle. I'm not too worried about it. Imagine an M113 cut in half and reconnected via tow hook. Oh, God. Okay, so let's add the little poles and whatnot to the side here. Like, let's draw it straight, shall we? Let's redraw up here, too. I want to get rid of this, like, little hump in the box. There we go. It's a little bit straighter now. And then just across the side here. There's like these like little cables, which if I was playing Sprocket, I'd be able to show you the exact piece. But I'm not playing Sprocket, and I don't remember the name. And just up and down like this. I'll be able to do all these little details in-game though, so I'm not worried about that. Alright, there we go. I might add some additional armor to the tracks, because what I'm thinking is like, alright, so you're a colonial superpower, okay? And let's assume some of your colonies are probably rebelling against you. Oh, hello, Twitch. We good? Goofier. But, so you're a single colony, right? And let's say, like, you know, you probably have some rebels coming at you. So what if we added, like... What if we added a little bit of additional, like, armor plating? Maybe not like that, though. Plus, this way I don't have to drop the tracks this way, you know what I mean? Okay, let's take this all out. I think some additional armor plating on the side would be wise. And I know the ships themselves are using quite a lot of German inspiration, so I might take some inspiration from World War II Germany vehicles. Hey, Samsung, fuck off. I don't know what the fuck activates that button? I don't know. Like, if I knew what was doing it, I could at least avoid it that way, but I have no idea what is causing that. So let's do some additional armor plating. I think we just do like a basic trapezoid style. There we go. And like just make it look like it's like a last minute addition because it's an MP vehicle, so it doesn't really need to be anything fancy, you know what I mean? Have free connection points for where the truss will be in, just so that Monkey Man is happy. And then still have the tracks underneath it. And this way I don't have to do any of the gear assembly. Just makes my life easier. And just 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll do 4 road wheels, sure, and then in game we'll just do 5, so we're waiting for reference. I heard truss? Yeah, I was saying just truss up the connection to the oblique armor. The flamer will just be an open top out the side here. We can just do like a little cylinder. There we go. With a smaller cylinder coming out of it. That just connects right here. Alright. Because it's going to be meant as a Logi/MP vehicle, there's not much point in having us worry too much about crew compartments, because it shouldn't come up very often. Like, presumably the colonies won't have AT weapons, so we're going to put the central hatch on the front here, just for the crew to be able to have ease of access in and out. And that will give us a little right here. There we go. There's a little central hatch that can just have a handle on it. There we go. What else do we need? We'll probably need like some lights, I'd want to say. So put the lights here and then put like the little bar over top of them. Same with over here. This is just for nighttime suppression operations, you know what I mean? And Pete, what sort of military police has flamethrowers? Look, I'm just following orders, okay? I was given the specifications for what this vehicle needs, and that's all I'm doing. That's all I'm responsible for. There we go, finish off the track there. The democratic kind? So true, Potat. Potat, I heard you're in Prometheum as well this season. I'm excited to see how our nations interact with each other. Hopefully peacefully, but you never know. There we go. Alright, we'll probably want to put up the first armor plate over here, like the front glasses. I am, but not in a Diplo active role, just background support work. See, okay. I got put in the Diplo active role and background support because I wanted to see how the game works. Let's curve that a little bit more. That looks a little bit too square right now. Is this a military police vehicle? Yes. Yes, it is. Alright. There we go. That looks a little bit more like a front glacis. And then just over here, put the tracks. Okay. Put them going this way. It's not my favorite style of doing. Actually, you wouldn't really see much of that second one. You'd just see like here, pretty much. Alright, there we go. That probably won't be able to have the gear mount onto the DVD, even if it's allowed. I don't have the starter factions. No worries, you're fine. It looks like it's got its tongue caught in a mousetrap. Where does it have a tongue? Ah, okay, I see it. That's funny. Okay, I see it now. That's hilarious. I like that. Alright. Shigen looks weak for an MP vehicle. That's because it's a flamethrower, not a machine gun. There we go. So what we'll do now is we'll put a fuel tank on the back up here. There we go. Connect it up to there. Have it segmented like that. I like that idea. And then just have it up there. Then we will still need some area for crew compartments, so what we might do actually is have the fuel tank in the back and then have another little like hatch here and here for like soldiers to pop out of and fire when needed. Alright, I'm thinking something like that. Obviously, like, the proportions are all off right now. Like, I think we can definitely make it a little bit stubbier, for example. Something like that, you know what I mean? But, like, I'm not against that, you know? The human brain can see faces in anything, honestly. Alright, so that's one concept I have. Alright, so let's put that off to the side. Again, I love Clip Paint Studio for the feature to be able to do, like, just send shit around like this. Alright. Now, maybe let's try a different approach. Or, so that's gonna be the MP one. Actually, let's write MP on the side. There we go. So that'll be the MP one. So now, I wish I could copy paste easier, but M114 go, yeah! Can I just, is there an easy way to copy paste? Free transform, mesh transformation, no, okay. Well, actually, I have access to my keyboard. Can I just Control C, Control V? Ah, damn, okay. Alright, well, in that case, we'll just draw a second one. Alright. We can just do this one a little bit faster because pretty much the whole idea here is we're going to just what's it called? Build up as we need to. There we go. Alright. Go. Stare at your soul. The front looks like a fat duck with 4 eyes staring at your soul. Alright, there we go. Just fix that up. Again, proportionally it's not there. It's whatever. I think the Logi one will have open tracks probably. So minimal fender at least. There we go. 5 road wheels like last time. Or 4 road wheels, I guess. Guess we will do 4 road wheels. Sprockets at the front and back. Same over here. Got some 3D effect in there. We will put a log on the side this time, I think. Just for some extra mobility if need be. Would a World War II style space armor on the hull work on something like this? We have that on the first one for the MP to protect the tracks. The Logi vehicle I don't think will need as much protection. Because it's also going to have a tow crane, right? I'm just deciding what type of tow crane it would need. Just gonna copy the same pattern on that one that we did on the first one. hatch at the front as... actually, yeah, hatch at the front, because we're not going to want to hatch at the back. Hatch at the front. Doop, doop. This little hatch. Got the 2 lights. Tons of other stuff that I'm probably not. I'll include on the final one that I won't include here, like the viewport, for example, because I just realized that we need a viewport. Hey, Barley, how's it going? What are you up to today, Barley? Alright, and then just same little flamer hatch up here. There we go. Get that cleaned up in there. Going good? How about you? I'm doing pretty good today. A little bit tired, but when aren't I, right? Let's actually, I'm deciding what type of crane I want at the back. Also, this one needs to be a little bit elongated. I realized I made it a little bit too small compared to the first one. Like, yes, it is, a little bit, what's it called? More lackadaisy than the first one. Oh, that's a little bit too stretched. There we go, something like that. That works. Now let's just move it down a little bit. Alright, there we go. I do love that feature of Clip Paint Studio, just be able to do that. Because it has its tongue out. Yeah, it won't as much on the 3D model. Like I said, 2D wise, I'm not as good. This one's not going to need the crew holes for, like, suppression, so... What we'll probably just do... Okay. Is there already an M113 recovery vehicle? There has to be. There is, in fact. Okay. I don't like that image's title, though, so let's not use the IDF Academies one, eh? Jesus Christ. I'll be working, pick it up with the arcs. Thank you, Barley. Yeah. I'm not going to be doing too much today. I just have this to draw out, and then I have a plane. Then I'll be switching over to FTD more. But, we can go from there. Alright, so these ones using, like, an actual crane. Interesting. Okay. Well, make it more like an engineering vehicle, I guess. So... Let's get our crane up. So, crane base back here. Crane up. They do like this weird, like, schedule turn here, I guess, to accommodate the hydraulics. I'm excited for the plane. It's just gonna be a basic cargo plane. I wouldn't worry about it too much. It's just gonna be a transport plane that can hold all this stuff. Alright, and then up here. Counterweight back here. There we go. If you want a more moral source, I'm sure the US will have provided some to the Saudis. A more moral source, Jesus Christ. I don't know if you and I have the same definition of moral. Alright. That one does, like, it's oddly thick here. That it kind of, like, comes up and then comes around like this. And then this one, actually, we want to hydraulic up. So let's get rid of this. Let's read this entire section. There we go. Gonna fin that out. And then over here, it's finned out because these are just cables back here. It's weird. This is a weird looking craft. M26 recovery truck is hilarious looking truck known as the Dragon Wagon. I have never heard of it. Alright, and then up here, it's not that much of a bend. It bends, but like in a weird way, like this. There we go. And like it literally does just go all the way over to the front here. What a weird design this is, honestly. Alright, something like that. Except we'll probably make it more proportional in-game, and we'll put that on a spin block. And aside from that, we'll just have, like, stowage on the side. So here, let's get rid of these. Oh, for fuck's sake, Samsung. Fuck, I need to figure out how to disable that later. I think it's maybe because I'm holding the button on the pen too long, but like it's also the shortcut for erase and stuff. So alright, let's get like some stowage up here. There we go. And then we'll probably do like like some stowed sandbags and whatnot, and like entrenchment equipment. Because if it's gonna be a lodge vehicle, I assume you kind of want like to have shovels anyway and all that, right? So it would make sense, I feel. So like just a little shovel. There we go. There's our little shovel, and then like some sandbags all beneath it. You know what I mean? Stowage, true, stowage. Banana scorpion? I don't know what that means. Could it have an open back with the crane sitting out upwards? I'm thinking of that, honestly. So like the one I'm looking at doesn't have that, it just has the crane on top. But I'm not against opening up the back here. Actually, maybe. I'll see about that. Maybe I'll put the crane into the base and then keep like open around where the crane rotates. And then that way we don't compromise the shape or the form factor. You know what I mean? Alright. This is... Here, you know what? We'll just quickly label this. MP Flamer, recovery, slash logi. Alright. And then I think what we'll do is we'll just make that crane a little bit shorter, actually. I think that just... There we go. That looks a bit more proportional. Again, I love being able to just use that select tool like that. Alright. I feel like that's decently good. So I will disable the screen sharing for just a moment. And I will export that. Because I'm actually pretty happy with this. Okay. Just making sure it actually... Did it actually... Hello? Latency? Okay, good. Smart View is paused. Just gonna say, like, hello. There we go. I will share those real quick to Mjolnir. There we go. Yep. I love that you can like draw out with it. It's really cool. Why do I have a notification? Ah, I see. Alright, anyway. That is the APS mostly done. I'm not against this. And now we do a cargo plane. Open lower canvas. Screen size. There we go. Now we can resume Smart View. MP to flame the heretics, so true. Should have an open back with the crane sticking out upwards. Oh, I already read that. Argentina offered them during Operation Condors that are even less moral options. Oh, okay, cool. Moral options. I see. Okay, even less moral options. All right, cargo plane now. This is the one where we get a little bit silly, I feel. All right. I do have... Oh, whoops. Didn't realize I forgot to log in to mix it up, so... let me go do that real quick. In the meantime... I technically already have art for the cargo plane, but I want to do more drawn anyway. So I'm just going to quickly go bring that up, and we'll be good to go. Alright, 1 second. TTS should now work if anyone's curious and having it work for them. I forgot to make it work earlier, but that do be how it do be some days. Alright. If I can paint on that. Okay. So this one's... Our cargo plane is supposed to be based off the Saunders Row Queen. Yeah,
I have a message from the field, :3.
Of course. Okay, so... Let us start with the front, I feel. This is going to be a wide voice, so give me some time here. It has like these weirdly angled winds at the front too, which I assume is because of oh, those are oh, okay, I see how they did this. Wow, I hate that. Okay. Alright, that's about that one. And then this one over here. It's a very, like, obtuse angle. And it's about as wide as my fucking tablet. Oh my god. Why is this what they wanted? Colon free. Oh my god, guys. Sheesh. Alright, let me just bring you up here. And right about here is where they get a little silly with it. Because then what you have is... Let's draw this part first. This is a photo I'm drawing from here, so it's going to be a little bit hard to sketch. But bear with me, chat, as always. I hate sketching from photos, honestly. It's like one of my worst skills. Yeah, so this is going to be a float plane, it seems. It has, or a flying boat. That comes up like this. So it actually means we'll be able to use the frigate bird at least as like a solid baseline for it. There we go. Is that the GAW from Gundam? All I know is that it's called the Saunders Row Queen Design Concept. That's the only context I have for this fin. Okay, there's the tail back here. It's a massive tail, I should say. There we go, and then the other tail comes out from this side. There we go. And the side one should be a little bit more angled. There we go, and same with this one over here, being a bit more angled. There we go. So something like that-ish. And then like there's like 4 levels of windows, just to provide scale. It's like, it's gonna be a big craft. And I assume this is going to be our, or just watch the mustard video. Didn't know there was a mustard video on it. Cool. Just building shitty saw and mustard. I didn't build this one. This was sent to me. So I've been given orders of what to build. I don't get to choose. Let's redo up here. And let's redo some of this down here. So if you've seen the mustard video on it, tell me what was it about, Gravitas? So what kind of thing, like, I assume it's a flying boat made to be big, obviously, but like, was it originally designed as cargo, or is this a passenger plane? So seeing all the windows there makes me feel passenger plane, right? There we go. Yeah, this is gonna need some shade, but the interesting thing about this is that there's all the intakes on the winds here. And there's no, like, in the cells, so I assume it's kind of like an acranoplane. Something like that, right? And then I'll add a little bit of shading just because otherwise it's going to be hard to see a lot of these details. So it's like a lot of shading under here. Lots of shading under here. There we go. Alright. Passenger, like 1K people. It's a flying boat. It literally just lifts off and flies. Okay, cool. So it was a passenger plane. Yeah, I assumed so. That's a lot. It's not a lot of windows for 1,000 people, but I guess it's bigger on the inside. Probably 3 rows, I would guess. In the lift, we trust. Just lifts off and flies. That is how most planes work, yes. For a cranoplane, you kind of want the winds as close to the sea as possible. In a lift, we trust. Amen. So, like, up here, we'd have some windows. Then over here, you have more windows. It's kind of nonsensical, honestly, where the windows go. Alright. We're going to be making a cargo variant of this, though. So, I see more of the Comet, a British passenger plane. The cranoplanes fly close to sea ice and so no high winds. Yeah. I was just saying the intakes, how the intakes are done, reminded me of the cranoplane. The wind position themselves is very obviously flying boat. Hey Bone, how's it going? Bone, how was your stream yesterday? I was working for most of it, but I went out to grab supper with a friend, so I didn't get to see all of it. Alright. Now, there's really not much I can add to this here, because I suck at drawing planes. I'm much better at modeling them, so I'm good. Nice. What were you building? Takes need to be high up to avoid spray. Yes. It's like 100 meters long with 100 meter wingspan and like 60 meters tall. Okay, great. That's actually good to know, because now I have the dimensions for what I wanted. Thank you. I was just about to ask, I wonder what the dimensions for this one should be. If we're going to be doing a cargo plane variant, but you just answered that question, thank you. Built ship with snoot and hyena ears? Oh, send it to the roast, I want to see it. Alright. Well, I'm probably just going to use the photo I have of this guy. So, we don't need to save that plane. Clearly I still can't sketch planes, that's fine. What I could do, actually... Oh, here, let's sketch her from the top, actually. Let's see what kind of profile we want for the plane. That might actually be worthwhile doing. Okay, so we want to do something like this, most likely. It's going to be a wide boy. Alright. Might be easier if we sketch this plane from the top. Tail goes out like that. Let's make it a little bit bigger. Alright, tail goes out like that. We'll probably just splay that out with a spin block, honestly. And then I think about here, because it looks like it has a little bit of a head before you get to the wind mountain. So about here is where we'll mount the winds. And then the winds obviously just go out as far as possible. And also a little bit, let's angle them a little bit back. You know what I mean? This will help me more, because I can use the photo for the front and like the window placement and all that if I want, but this will actually help with figuring out where and how everything fits. Let's put it this way, and then I want to angle this front one a bit better. Oh crap, time flies. I've been here 40 minutes, it feels like 10. I know, right? I just saw that we were like almost at the first ad break. I was like, damn. So we spent about 30 minutes on the APC, and now we've been about 10 minutes on the plane. Okay, so from here. So obviously, I don't want these winds to be thin, but I do need them to meet somewhere, so. Let's do like a little bit of a curve here. And then maybe just, there we go, a little bit thicker at the front, because those do look like they're swept back a little bit. Alright, there we go. Big fishy indeed. We are making a flying boat right now. Because we finished our little APC doodles from earlier. And there we go. Alright, I'm thinking that this is kind of going to be like how our elevation would be. And then probably attach it like this at the back as well. Have it like almost like a Catalina, you know? There we go. There we go. Alright, something like that, yeah? The wind is way more delta-shaped. Yeah, I said it was going to be delta-shaped. Be it one of them sky boats? Indeed. Here, I can do a bit more delta-shaped, though. It's just hard to draw delta shape right now. Alright, let's try it again, then. Let's do more of a downwards angle. Because I want to maintain the thickness, but also do, like, a delta shaping, right? Also, are the wingtips, like, curved? Like, do they curve back, or are they continuous, is another question I have. You know what I mean? Because I only have one photo to go off of here. Check out the images I put in FTD General. Fish got those swinging winds like an F-14 Tomcat. It seems that way. Ah, okay, yeah, and then they have the little floats at the end. Okay. Alrighty, I get you. Well, we're gonna do a bit more curved ones for our own faction here, I think. And that way we can just add those little bits onto the end, so I don't have to worry about actually tapering them. There we go. And then that works over here as well. There we go. That gets the idea across, I feel. Alright, and then obviously over here we just have the windows. Alright, there we go. So we had the front cockpit up the front, obviously. we'd have the cargo door back here. I'm gonna increase the size of these windows when we get in game. It's just, actually, maybe 1 second. Maybe I can do it right now. And move it all the way up here. Let's try this. Obviously, it won't be right at the back here like we're portraying here, but I'm getting a little quick with the sketch now. Something like that, I think could work. Forgot to ask this, what is the Mustard video? Mustard is a YouTube content creator who does a bunch of videos on old Cold War projects that never really happened. Or some that did, like the Concorde, for example, like the supersonic passenger planes. There's a big engineer in video. Hydration reminder chat, thank you, I appreciate that. Alright. I'm gonna open my window, get some air in here. And we'll go from here. I think in terms of design, that's really all we need to look at today. Is there anything else we'd want to add to this? Like, it's just a cargo plane, right? And we can't do any like silly elements because it's meant to be like a realistic style faction, so I'm not sure. Oh, you know what? I think here, you can't see it here, but I think we have the back segment wider than the front for the connection, so it kind of like has a tapered effect at the front here. Like maybe we use like 4-meter slopes in here, you know what I mean? Anyway. Let's put a scale bar on here. So we want this to probably be 100 meters, and then from here to here, probably want like 110 meters. Something like that, you know what I mean? I feel like that could work pretty well. I know some of these planes got that goofy nose. We're not going to be doing like any big silly nose, we're just going to be shaping it so it fits going well in the water, you know what I mean? So if you stop missile launchers, it's not that type of plane, it's a cargo plane. So, I think that works mostly for what we want to do today. And that brings me to 1 hour in, so I am probably going to take a quick little break here, get up, walk around, let the room get cold again, and I will see you guys in just a few moments. Be right back. Alrighty, we are back, everyone. How's it going? Sorry, I had to go grab my second coffee there, and the kettle was very slow today. Oh, game restart required. Nice. Okay, cool. Let's see if it works a second time, shall we? But yes, welcome back, everyone. Coffee was probably too hot and melted his incense. I was fine. You guys are just impatient. My God. Rib for retired to become a coffee bean farmer. I think he's abandoned us for good. Oh my God, you guys. Alright, let's see if the game wants to load up this time. Perfect time and ready as I come back? Hell yeah. That's what we love to see here. Spin where if you don't restart, it deletes all your AI settings for builds. Oh, interesting. I wonder why a render distance mod would affect the AI. Alright, chat, let's make a new folder, as we are wont to do. TPD, S2, there we go. And then realize we probably want to be in the other campaign. There we go. Alright. Ooh, trees. Lovely. Okay, so now I was told I can't use alloy or heavy armor because apparently that requires extra resources within the frames of TPD. So I'm just going to build out of metal. So, don't recommend render distance advanced mimic UI. I know the cause it. Okay, well just restart them. Too many folders. What do you mean? What does TPD stand for? It stands for Prometheum Directive. It is the custom campaign / RTS that we were talking about earlier. Better too many folders than unorganized mess? That's what I'm saying. What are you building? I'm going to be building the APC that we did earlier. So, if I quickly go grab those two blueprints that I made, save image, save that to my blueprints folder. This will be APC. And then this one over here will be cargo plane. Cargo doesn't plane, cargo's room. Just before Neko says it. Now, if I have this set up correctly, which I always do, I'm sure, I can browse APC, and there we go. Now you guys can see what I'm building as well. I haven't had any issues with Mimic UI anymore, at least, so that's good. Hey Lottie, how's it going? We're just in the 3D modeling part of the stream now. So, I didn't really give myself any, size specifications for this, but I assume I want the cargo plane to at least be able to hold... Okay, so the cargo plane is going to be 100 long. That means the cargo bay itself will probably be like 80. That gives us 20 room for both the tail and the cockpit. Actually, you know what? We can have the cockpit go all the way forward, and then we can either have the nose open, or we could have the back. I think having the nose open on a flying boat would make more sense, because that way you could like drive it straight up to like a specialized dock and then just undock that way. And I wasn't told whether or not I should have the back open or the nose open, so I think it'd be funnier if we go for a nose opening on a flying boat. Oh, here. Okay, they're finally available. Nose loading or back loading? Pick now. At chat. Because I think I want to fit 3 APCs inside, I think I want to fit 3 of them inside this craft here. Doesn't even delete the AI, by the way. It just locks it disabled for some reason. Yeah, it's still weird, though. Goofy nose time. Both? Oh, have it both? Yeah. That's the fastest way to become a submarine plane, I feel. Anyway, let's get started on the APCs. We'll do the APCs. I think we'll do... do I have any similar... I don't know if there's any volume restriction for it. I'm just going to assume it's 2.5K volume and just go from there. So let's make it 20. Yeah, I'll do 25, I think. There we go. There's the front glacis. That's 5 tall, which is pretty much what I wanted. And then we'll just make it 7 wide. There we go. Neighbor's working on his yard again, I assume. Alright, I forgot to do mirror mode. That one's on me. Let me know if it's too loud outside and I can close the window again, and then I can just go, I'm just gonna close the window because now his dogs are fighting apparently too. Great. I don't know how, like, please. I was gonna complain saying like, oh man, why doesn't he get a job? Why is he does this 10 a.m. every day? But also it's like one of those things where it's like, you know what? I stream at 10 a.m. every day, so I can't really complain. Alright. This is already too long. Let's increase the proportions. Let's do 9 wide, I think. Because it needs to be a little bit more square than what it is right now. Okay, they want backloading. Also, dimensions on APC. I'm aiming for 2.5K. So I can fit free to 4 inside the plane. For which faction is this? This is for Mjolnir, the Eternal Kingdom of Mjolnir. Oh, sorry, I just blew into the mic there, but I was also blowing my coffee. Gonna work for a bit? No worries, Lottie. You have a good one. Alright. There we go. Let's take a look at this. I feel like that is a little bit better proportioned. So that's what? Take that off. Probably 19, but 20 by 9. What's the faction climate? I have no idea. All I know is that it's an archipelago called the Crucible. So, you know, I also started building for a TPT faction. Nice. Which faction are you building for? All right. Let's just get the basic shape out here. Do that. Then we'll just do it by 21 just to say that we did it a little bit better. And then I'm pretty sure we want horizontal here. So it's like, again, this one doesn't need to be meta, but I would like to be, you know, as little revisions as possible needed. So boys, oh nice. Alright. Oh, we have to remember the tracks are gonna be part of the thickness, right? So 1 second. Let's get those in now. Probably gonna want the wide free meters, I assume. Here-ish, I want to say. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that way we have our 1 here and 1 here. So if I put those left side, okay, good. I did that right before Spidicy yells at me. We want the width to be 1.9, because if you do 2, I find that it actually doesn't work over top of the 2 meter, like the wide wheels are not 2 meters, they're about 1.9, which is why I'm doing 1.9 here. Okay. That works fine. And then what we'll do is we will take you, do this, and then also do this. Gets us some extra, you know, protectability here, and we're gonna need to move it back anyway, but I feel like width-wise I'm pretty happy with this. This isn't going too bad. Probably tropical or woodland, if I have to guess. Evil ass fuck-ass creature for roast today is the work in progress thruster faction. Okay, cool. Yeah, I haven't heard much about Swell Boys factoring yet. Box, yeah, I know, but it's an M113. What do you expect? I can only do so much with the design, unfortunately. Keep it small. 2.5k is nice. Okay. All right, I have received my permission to grill, chat. So let's get cooking. There we go. 1.9 there. That seems perfectly fine. And then we're going to want a little bit of an offset, actually. That's the axle offset. Where is the... There we go. Just put 0.1 so the tracks are on the outside just a wee bit there. There we go, just so they cover the 3-meter wheels. Alrighty, that is not too bad. What we'll do at the back here is we'll probably just do a 4-meter slope like this. No, like this here. And then over here, I'm actually not sure what we want to do. Because, like, I have some ideas, obviously, but... Alrighty. You know, I don't really build in realistic style very often. Or at all, for the record. So this is actually interesting to me because, like, I've done a little bit of like Steel Empire, but even that is a little bit fantastical still. You know what I mean? So this is interesting to me. Okay, so I know that the cargo bay itself, I'll probably make like for the cargo plane, I'll probably make it about, let's just say an even 18 wide. No, because I want to do odd width. Not, what am I saying? Let's say we'll make it like 19 wide then. Length 25, that means we could fit 3 of these in an 80 long cargo bay. That's not bad. I feel like we can get that pretty easily. You know what I mean? Alrighty. So we'll just continue building this out back. We'll put the taillights on either side here, so I actually don't mind leaving that not squared off right now. Or not rounded off with the slopes, and I think that could be really interesting as well. And then we already agreed that we're not going to have a back entrance for this. The front hatch is going to be the main entrance. Is it even a roar build if it isn't Deepwater Guard? I can still do other builds aside from Deepwater Guard. You guys have seen the Ronin and all that, so... we'll do this one with the MPs in mind first. So this will be the MP one. Which means I want a big fuel tank at the back, hence why we won't have the back entrance. Where is... I could just use a flamer fuel tank and, like, put it over that way, but I feel like that's a little bit lazy. I want some structure to the fuel tank. Because I do want it to have the fuel back there. So let's do some applique. Is that going to be wide enough, I wonder? I could maybe do 2 of them, I guess? Take it right to the edge. I'm not sure if taking it right to the edge is a smart idea, though, is the only issue. Yeah. And that's going to cause issues there. The other option we have is we could try doing vertical fuel tanks. That's also an idea. Whether or not it's a good idea is a different story, though. This is denying his natural behavior. It's like putting the chicken in a cage too small. Oh, Jesus. Actually, you know what? I was gonna say, 'cause we probably shouldn't. One second, I gotta ask another. How much do we care about crew comfort and lives? How much do we care about crew comfort and lives? Because I have a really silly idea, but we could put a crew compartment, like for like a squad of MPs, right next to the fuel tank. if I offset it, right? That's what I'm thinking right now, chat. What if we offset the fuel tank so we can fit in more guys? Because this is presumed that it's only going to be ever fighting against, like, you know, like mob tactics civilians, right? So it's not like we're going to be, you know, fighting any competent militaries. Let's do this one down here by 2 meters, I think, actually. Yeah, that looks better. We're really not going to need that much room anyway for... do I like that, actually? Or would I prefer this? What would I prefer for back here? I think I prefer this, actually. There we go. Kowalski, fire a warning shot. Service is a flamethrower. Ah, potato. Fire the warning shot. Damn, this rocket update looks crazy. Oh, I know, right? That should give me enough clearance still, too. At this point in time, big, lots of Karen. Okay, damn, I can't do it. Okay, so I cannot put the fuel tank right next to the crew compartment. Damn. Yeah, hate to see it, chat. They really do deny me my war crimes. Alright. Just stack it up like that, stagger it out for a little bit of extra armor, despite what chat says. It's less so about, you know, having extra armor and more, it's the vibes of extra armor, you know what I mean? So that is the basic shape. Which, honestly, all things considered, it's not bad. I've definitely seen worse versions of these. By the way, I approved this method of crowdless burst. I used it myself in TGL. Ah, I see. Alright. Ah, you know what? I forgot to unpause the music. Why did nobody mention there was no music? Sonny, welcome in. How's it going? Alright. Stop teleporting directly into the big hippo when they're doing the spine shotgun fin. That would be advisable. Rhinos are enemies hide in metal boxes. The cowards, the fools. Or you also forgot the hard hat? Oh yeah, my bad. Yeah, right now we care about civilian casualties, so I have to wear the hard hat. That's true. That is true, chat. There you go, and move you off the stats screen so you guys can see it a little bit. But not too much. I don't want you guys to have too much info about this. Alright, I just minimized the wrong screen. Oh no. Alright, so size-wise, I'm pretty happy with this. Now, let's get it out onto a tray, shall we, chat? Could put it on a spin block, or not spin block, a turret, but, and hear me out here, no. I just wish they would let stuff mesh with the other turrets. TGL was fun, had a bunch of shenanigans planned with some of our mercs, but Aperture ended it early because of stress, I think. Lad needs a hug, I swear. Yeah, Aperture was telling me how he ended it early so he could reform the rules, too. Says more like an oversized king tiger or panther with this hull. Really, you think so? Well, we'll work on it more and we'll see how that goes. Civilians, more like potential combatants. Oh my god. It's like isn't there a quote of me saying like, okay, let's view the entire population as combatants? And it's like, wait, that's a war crime. Don't do that. Don't do that. My honored civilian can be a future partisan, so we killed them. Oh my god. Well, his family's definitely gonna be future partisans now. Me in here about to eat all the tasty meal to your OPSEC. Don't worry, I already handled the OPSEC. There will be no exposed OPSECs here. Alright, let's see how this Finn's suspension works. It's one of those times, Soulboy, where my insistence on only doing, what's it called? Spring length. Let's go with the 2 meters. Copy to all wheels. Okay, but that made you look weird. So not quite what we want then. Let's go down to 1.5 then. And then... Hello? Alright, there you are. Alright, I see how this works. I actually haven't done tanks in a while. Surprisingly enough. There we go. And let's get you back up as well, buddy. Alright, there we go. So we're a little bit back heavy right now. Why? I put you too high up? Okay, let's go back to how we were before, then. Just a box of soap on the front? Yeah. Yeah, I stealed Moonpaw from your faction, so now I have an external builder too. Oh, nice, soul boy. I was gonna join your faction, but I never got invited. Mjolnir invited me first. So I saw how it was. Can I increase the sprint force then? There we go, okay. Let's get actually up to 40. 35. Don't want it to be like too stiff, you know? There we go. Alright, that looks good. OPSEC is fine. Roasted in the Promethean Directive PC small group signal chat. I invited you first, don't let it chat. Did you? Because like Chad was in my DMs like right away. We will now get builds out at 5 times the rate because we won't get horribly bottlenecked at externals. How's TPD nowadays? It's pretty good. It seems like it's peak. Oh, he invited you in DMs? Yeah. Yeah, you invited me outside of DMs. He invited me in DMs. Y'all are not the same. Alright. Let's save this. Oh, actually, here. Let's get the base details on. Let me see if I can see my draw in here. APC. Open in photos, please. Thank you. There we go. Alright, so the base details are going to be stuff like, oh, why the fuck does the Photos app have a prompt for edit your images using AI? No, fuck off. AI is fucking garbage. Alright, so the baseline thing we're going to have is we for sure want the front hatch and the Everfin, which I forget right now. So you've got to share these builds. My work in progress is on roast. I've seen Bongo joking about not sharing them. Aurora isn't telling you, it's the kickbacks that were offered. True, Cat. I'm getting so many kickbacks from the Mjolnir military industrial complex right now. Ooh, I gotta stretch. Based roast. Back hatch? No, we're not doing a back hatch. We're doing a front hatch. Alright. Just get that solved away. We're good to go. Not gonna share all of them, but a couple like won't like because like or cause our ruin or anything. Well, I honestly I feel like because like from my understanding, you still have to build them in game anyway. So it's like who's really gonna build specifically just to hard counter one faction, right? You're gonna want to be able to take on all factions, no? Or maybe I just don't understand the level of petty that some of these people are. All right, we'll put that there. And then at the front, we can't do the same. But at the back, I kind of like having that little overhang like that. I think that's pretty cool. There's 2 fish in a tank, and 1 fish says the other fish. How do you drive this one? Trans Knight, welcome in. That's incredible. Yeah, it's heavily work in progress. It's just the shell. No worries. We'll just crew safety. Oh, just look. I have to actually include crew safety, Cat. I was going to put the crew compartment right next to the flamer tank. But unfortunately, I'm not allowed to do that. Alright, big hatch at the front here.
Ruston,
yeah,
I have a message from the field. You do not understand the level of petty people are, and also the level of how easy it is to hard counter someone if you know what they use.
I guess. Like I said, I haven't played before, right? So maybe I'm just built different in that I would not hard counter someone specifically because I'm a good person. Imagine getting out good personed by me. That's crazy, chat. Let's do that. Let's make it like 0.5 thickness. I don't know. Why did I just try to Control Z this? That's crazy. I just tried to Control Z in the Deco menu. Alright. Let's put this here. I want this to be a little bit wider than it is. Let's do like, let's say 4.5, I guess. And then forward back scaling can be like 1.5. No, I'll do 1.5 because I need it to be, I need to be able to like crimp it down at the bottom. Just join the server and read. Yeah, pretty much. Getting out good person by roasting is like getting out good person by saving themselves. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Evil. How you doing today, Translate? It's good to see you. Tech tree still the same, has the same tech. I know the tech tree got reworked from season 1, that's for sure. But aside from that, I don't know much else, unfortunately. Alright. I gotta stretch here. There we go. Sorry about that, guys. A little tired, haven't even gotten into bed yet. Oh, I feel ya. I would say same, but unfortunately, I've actually been getting up at 7 a.m. lately, which is nice. But until I'm like used to that schedule again, it's been tiring. Sprocket muscle memory kicking in with the controls. Oh, I know, right? It's like I play FTD way more than I played Sprocket. I haven't played Sprocket since the subathon, but okay. So I need a half tube or half sphere. Half circle? Do we have a half circle? Whole half, that's what I wanted. Thank you. That is actually exactly what I wanted. Put you at a 45-degree angle. There we go. We are at, what are you? You did 4.5, which means you need to be 1.5. I've ranted about my issues of how the tech tree was handled before, so I'm not going to flood the chat with that again. Have you ranted about that here? I won't, obviously I'm not going to ask for any ranting, but like, it's one of those things, like, I genuinely never got to experience it the first time, so I am curious what people thought about it. Alright, left, right. This is what, 4.5 left, right? Yeah, so 4.5. Then just up, down. Let's do it like out to here-ish, I want to say. Does that look about right, chat, for a front hatch? Maybe, no. Okay, that does fit. It's just, I'm not used to FTD looking like this. I don't use a lot of mimic shapes like this, usually. Like, I don't get me wrong, I use decos quite often, but like specifically the shape and stuff, I try to avoid because I like to have FTD-shaped fins. Alright, so there's the front hatch. Not bad, we'll add handles onto that later. So up at 5 a.m., 7 a.m., 9 a.m., couldn't stay asleep for something. Oh, that's the worst, I know exactly what you mean. No, it's always the worst when it's like that. I had a day after stream last week where like I went to go take a nap. I got up at 5 p.m. and I was like, I gotta go sleep. So like I woke up again at 7 and then 9, and by 10 I was like, well shit, I haven't eaten. I haven't done any of my post-stream stuff. And like but now I couldn't sleep because I had slept for like the entire time after stream, right? So I was fucked. It sucked. Alright. Just let me stretch here. There we go. Keep getting distracted from my quest to kill the mind controlling twink. Who's the mind controlling twink? Do you have little idea how many people that could refer to in Elden Ring? Alright. So now here's the really fun part, chat. Because I'm lazy. Where is Monsieur Scarib? Because... There we go. There's a lot of realistic details on the scarab, but I'm just gonna yoink. I need to go for some while. Hopefully I'll be back before rest. No worries, Winbot. You have a good one. Alright. Actually, I don't want to do it like the scarab. I want to do it like how I did it on the Surtur, which I need to go back and finish sometime. I'm not gonna lie. Carb has been asking where it is, and I'm like, soon, TM. There we go. Alright, so here's my little guy. Let's just put him in the proper colors. There's the lights I wanted. So, actually, those aren't quite the lights I wanted. Those are more forward lights. I will say, I want to redo a turret on this fin, but like, and also just do a fuel tanks at the back to be more like fuel tanks. But I'm quite happy with how this little guy's looking so far. You said the opposite problem where I kept half waking up and falling asleep again. By the time I fully woke up, I slept full 12 hours. Wow, okay. Mikola? Okay, true, yeah. Used to think Mikola was the only good demigod, and then the DLC came out. Well, yeah, no, I was gonna say, yeah, he makes some choices, doesn't he? Alrighty. So, this is actually isn't the version I wanted. Do I not have a more recent version? It might be in my autosaves. Oh, no, it might be right here. That looks more like the version I wanted. Alrighty. So, yeah, because there we did the flamer tanks. This is what I wanted back here. Hello? Ah, there we go. Alright. There we go, and put you here as well. Alrighty. Control U. Control V. Control B. There we go. Alright, we have our little tail lights on now. Take a sip of I wish mine looked like that. The scarab or the Surtur? Because the Surtur is not even done yet. The Surtur is not pretty yet. Prefab the whole thing. Oh, so true. What didn't I think of it? Alrighty. What else? Is there anything else I can steal from this? Probably just the fuel tank idea, honestly. Even then, I don't know if I want to secure it the same way. Let's just put the fuel tank out onto a tray here. Sorry, I was watching more Steve MRE, so it's gonna be one of those days. Do I want the big one? No, the big one looks silly. There we go. Let's make it like, I think free. Yeah, I think free works. No, let's do 5. There we go. And we can have it moved up by 1. And then have it moved out by 5. So let's assume this is how we want it to look, right? That still looks a little bit small, doesn't it? I think maybe 2 tanks is the way to go here. So like we could, in theory, just yoink. You know what I mean? Like I didn't TGL test run because I knew I wasn't ready. Don't have a fleet ready, then please saw it off. So now craft skill issues can't be ignored by, wow, I didn't have prep time and will be seen for what they are. I'm quite happy that TPD is getting more builders and everyone now gets a good amount of prep time. So Herbston, oh sorry, I like my coffee. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like a lot of people cope when it comes to FTD building skills. It's like, if someone beats me in TPD, I'm just like, yeah, okay, cool. Like, to be fair, maybe I'm a little bit different because I know I'm only doing Logi vehicles, but like, I don't know. I don't understand the mentality of getting upset over a game like TPD. Because at the end of the day, it's meant to be fun, right? It's not meant to be like toxic, I would hope. But it's all about the people you play with, right? It's like D&D. Like, D&D isn't meant to be toxic, but completely depends on who you play with. Ew, ain't no way that fits perfectly on here. Hey, yo, let's go! Oh, I'm so good at this whole build in fin chat. So easy. Yoingston strikes again. So true. Okay, does it count, like... Is it really that bad if I'm stealing from my own design? It's my own design I'm stealing from. It's like, it can't be that bad. Let's actually, let's move it up by 1. There we go. Pretty sure we're gonna have to sign some sort of contract that says we agree not to be toxic. Okay, good. Because I was gonna say, like, people really shouldn't be getting toxic over a game like TPD. Because, like, if I was Miser, I just wouldn't run it if people were
I have
toxic.
a message from the field. The goal of any faction in an FTD war game like TPD or TGL should be to make as many enemies as possible and start as many battles as possible. I
see, and why do you think that? Because I feel like you can still do that without being toxic, no? You know what I mean? Like, I feel like you don't need to be toxic to have fun. There we go. I think something like that. Oh, yeah, because that looks like it's added on as like a last minute fin. Okay, we got this, chat. We got this. I'm actually kind of pissed that, like, I'm building like a flame APC in like a few seconds, and it already looks better than the fucking Surtur that I spent like a couple hours on, you know? Kind of angry about that. Alright. It's hard to explain. TPT isn't a war game, though. Should build myself that battle cruiser, but every time I open FTD, my voters should play FTD evaporates. Build it right now, Bao, while I'm talking about it, because that way you might get inspired to build something as I yap. You don't need to be toxic to make enemies in a game. Like, it's just a game. Yeah. Not only does it fit perfectly, but it also looks good. I know, I'm pissed. Like, I've been trying for so long to make the Surtur look good. And then suddenly, this guy just goes like, heh, box, heh, box. I'm pissed. I'm actually pissed. Alright, let's... Alright, let's get the engine in next before I run out of room here. Do I have a prefab? No. Yeah, actually, I'll let Chad do the engine. I'll just build the engine compartment for him. Now, the nice thing is that, like, the 2.5, at least in my mind, was just a guideline, so I can go... It's not like Ashes where I have to stick strictly within it, you know what I mean? So I can, in fact, just occasionally go, heh, and ignore the volume rules, which is quite nice. Though I wonder if Miser does actually have... Miser should look into getting some volume rules for TPT. I did that with Mimic off, question mark? Or with Mirror off? I'm so mad. Alright, here we go again. Oh boy, here we go again. Chat, you had one job. Why did nobody tell me? You betrayed me. You turned them against me, chat. You turned me against the decos. There we go. There we go.
Preston, okay. I have a message from the field. Because your suffering brings us joy.
Ah, I see, I see. Alright, so we have our... This is going to be the MP craft. What we might do is we might put a side hatch. If we still want to have, like, some crew... No, because we're going to have a pleek armor over the track, so we can't... I think the front hatch and the top hatch are really going to be the only options we have here. So alliances are for cowards, because I don't want peace, I want problems, and yada yada yada. You get it? I see, I see. So what I'm hearing here is my faction's going to have to take you out first, Mal. Is what I'm hearing here. I am not responsible for diplomacy, so do not take that at face value. Though I am responsible for being a shit talker, which will be fun to do. People got traumatized when the nothing ever happens, and so there's a 90% chance that the entire world will become a shitfest instantly turn 1. People got traumatized when the... What do you mean nothing ever happens? Was TPD 1, like, was there not enough battles? Simply yoinked this design for AOT? No, because it doesn't fit Steel Strider's style. It wouldn't fit. No, you're gonna have to hire me to kill people if I join. Ah, I see. What if we just wipe you out though, and then that way you can't be hired to kill anyone? I feel like that makes more sense from a real politics sort of view, you know? Alright, probably what we'll want to do is we'll probably want to have a top side viewport over here. Could be made to fit. Ugh. Okay, Corey, yeah, you know what, Corey? That's a great idea, actually. You're right, this could be made to fit, Corey. Corey, thank you so much for volunteering to take on this project. Where can I see all this about TPD? Let me go grab a Discord link. Can I invite people? Oh, I can. Let's go. Copy. It should be this one. Nope, that's... Did it really do that? Oh, for fuck's sakes, it's copy... Okay, so I have to have... Ugh, that's so fucking annoying. That's actually so fucking annoying. Oh my god. So I couldn't invite people because of there you go. There's a server link. If anyone wants that. That would be probably the only time I do put that in chat today. Carson or Quarry, if one of you want to put it in FTD general over on my server, that would work. Actually, wait, no, I shouldn't. You should join my faction. Actually, wait, no, I shouldn't advertise in Rorschach. No, you're fine, Soulboy. I'm sure so many fine people here would want to build for you after what you did in 24. You know what I mean? Wiping out a potential business partner? You clearly aren't good diplomats. We should settle this over a drink over the flagship. Well, what business would you do? Because how do we know your airships are even worth it? You know what I mean? I need to see you wipe out at least one of our faction before I even consider hiring you. Typical Deepwater Guard? That's not typical Deepwater Guard. Deepwater Guard would be scrapping him, not wiping him out. Alright, we'll have that hole there. This is where the flamer will go, so delete that there. Typical Arrow, never paying attention to what I say. I always have to start every conversation with her as, are you even listening to me? I see how it is, Arrow. And this is why our Lancer session never gets played. the Lancer session was actually on me. Don't blame Arrow for that one shot. Damn, your margin for a good investment is destroying an entire nation. Lower your standards, mate. No. Raise yours. Alright, let's get the spotlights in here. Now, the nice thing about this, too, is because it's TPD, I don't have to actually care about, like, certain things like, oh, I can only have so many spotlights, right? So I can go full out with the styling. Let's put that there. I'm gonna give him his little googly eyes. Great, googly boogly. Do I want them here, actually, or do I want them one in? I think I want to keep them one in, actually. Oh, more builders. Violence, high-tech, and organic strikes my fancy. Nice. There you go, Soulboy. You're starting to understand the mentality. Alright, let's get, let's get some metal plates. Actually, let's just put them on a platform. I'm not entirely sure how we would do this, realistically, I must admit, so... There we go. I think we might have to deco the spotlights, honestly, chat. Because I'm looking at this right now, and I feel like they're going to be too far out, unless maybe I get a little silly with it. You know what I mean? Alright, let's try this for now. Ooh, okay. Ori and the Will-o'-the-Wisp going hard right now, goddamn. Let me know if the music's too loud for you guys. I'm enjoying it though, so I'm just kind of vibing. But please do let me know as always. Making something like that just for the lights. Could be it. How did I do it over here? I did like oh, I did a side curve, I see. Could it work if the headlights are placed in the fenders? Yeah, maybe. So you want it over here, yeah? Something like this? Find the music volume? Okay. Find volume for you? Okay, sounds good. Yeah, because I have it pretty loud on my side. I didn't know if it would translate to your guys' side as well. Xenocidal AI invaders have been my aesthetic recently. Oh, wow. What makes that your aesthetic recently? I'm curious. Hey, Krill, how's it going? Hail, Krill. Why are we hailing Krill? Oh, no. Krill, what have you done? Okay. Let's actually... I'm gonna go look at the M113 again and see how I did it last time. Because I'll admit I didn't really... Okay, so they do spotlights on a 45-degree angle with like a little bar over top of them, but they don't have any casing really. So they kind of can I like set what angle we're at? Okay, so I can set that kind of angle. Okay, and then that's the cone angle. What about the... Okay, so I can't do it quite how I wanted to, unfortunately. So I'll probably have to deco it. Oh. Oh, really? You're gonna be like this? Okay. Spotlight, base. Because like the base is at a 45-degree angle on a like riveted fin board plate. Now has FTD broken all the mods again? Probably. There will be a. Actually, you know what? No, I won't say it. Today's topic, FTD. Made free on accident? Oh no, though this is the first time I've accidentally made a cult. Hey, look, it happens to the best of us, Krill. Some people in chat believe that this stream is a cult, which it's not. I would like to preference it's not, but some people think it is. I think I need to redesign my heli. Movement's borked and the ammo is very vulnerable. Well, redesign it then. Shrimple. Okay. Fatal error initializing? Skill issue. Simply, don't have the game break on you. That's what I did. Alrighty. 45-degree angle. No. Let's actually have it a little bit raised up, because I do want to add like a riveted platform just below it. Okay. And then what we'll do is copy all, so this way we can go here. Paste. Apply with mirror. Apply with mirror. Make my deco UI to be good. Simply use the normal default deco menu. That's what I do. No call here, nothing to see at all. Look, Sons of 6 was one time, okay? I can't even go back to that game now because y'all got a little silly with the snom, the over snomner. I love that game, but every time I play it, y'all, we get a little too silly with the sauce between the bakery explosions and, Tyrannid indentured servitude. We're gonna drag you into the cult basement and do cult fantasy. Hey, you can't threaten the mods. Those are the mods. Wait, this is a cult. How many have I joined at this point? I couldn't tell you. Also, this isn't a cult. I feel like I have to preface that every time. It's like, nope, not a cult, not a cult. You know what I mean? Many are members of the Rolt. No. You guys are like, you know, we have 962 artifacts, okay? There's no cult members. We're all artifacts here. Said good, not so subpar that Deepwater Guard wouldn't bother with it. This ain't a cult. Said every cult leader ever. No, it's not a cult. We're not even a lifestyle. We're just, you know, people having fun. Playing boat game. Alright. The Rosiah shall deny his divinity. Okay, we're mixing a lot of practices there. Henry. Sounds like a cult title to me. What artifacts? What happened at the end of the Sons of Six stream? I went to bed at the final 2 hours. Oh, you missed the final. In the final 2 hours, I decided that the Dondarians weren't enough of a labor force, and that we needed alternative labor sources. And may or may not have decided that the Garfimi were a good labor source for us. I am in the server and also lost. Oh my fucking god, I guess Advanced Mimic UI is just broken. Let's go! Fuck Advanced Mimic UI. Literally, I have nothing, like, for the record, the creators of Advanced Mimic UI have done nothing wrong. I am just, I'm a big hater of modded gameplay. Modded graphics I'm fine with, but modded gameplay? Cringe! Alright, Spotlight. So I guess that means that you no longer have any, motivation to play FTD, eh? Mel? Poor guy. There we go. So yeah, this is kind of how, like, the M13 has it IRL. And then, like, I'll do a little platform over top of it. Wait, why am I, like, 99% of the reason for every cult talk I've been in? No, Krill, this isn't on you. This is on Henry and Slowboy as the main cult, advancers in this chat. The D's in the same boat as F and V at this point, unplayable without mods. What are you saying? I'm playing it without mods right now! Where my entire building style revolves around Advanced Mimic UI, letting me scale fins past 10 times so I can measure out the high halls correctly. Just do the math. You have pen and paper. No, well, I would love more slaves to my faction. You should look to join people who don't have a second member yet, as you need that to join the game. That is true. Yeah, so, like, I know for Yaltier, we just got Raycast, and we also just picked up an enemy, which I'm super happy about. Because it's me, it's Chad, it's an enemy, it's Fallacy, and it's Raycast. Like, that's a fucking goated team. I'm really happy about that, honestly. You can play the games wrong if you want, it's alright. Imagine thinking there's a wrong way to play the game, Mel, and that's exactly why your opinion is wrong on this one. Also, Cope, Sieve, go build another airship, which I will say doesn't have enough detail. Y'all give me too much power by taking stock in what I say about, like, ship designs. Because now I can just sit here and go, Cope, Sieve, bad detail, I've seen your boats. Like, y'all have no idea what you've granted me. Apply with mirror. Paste all. There we go. Okay. So we have our little 4 eyes with him. He's pogging, so I'm happy about that. I can do math, and I've also eaten like half the Rorschach, so that counts. You know, you haven't. You haven't eaten. I simply reject your reality and supplant it with
I
my
have a
own.
message from the field. Raycast is a dev/mod/whatever. He ain't a faction member.
Oh, is he? Okay, I saw him join the chat the other day, so I was like, oh, cool, let's go. Regardless, we have an enemy. I know that much for sure. There's way too many people in it. It's ITN 2.0. What do you mean? Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay, Raycast is event help. You're right. Oh, and an assistant to the regional archaeologist. Nice. I think for season 1 I was one of the archaeologists, but I had to give up on it halfway through because I just got too busy. Yeah, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We only have like 6 people. Oh, 7 people, because I just saw RDC as well. Yeah, we only have like 7 people. It's not that bad. I also don't know what ITN was, because like I said, I quit out halfway through last time. Alright, let's get a half hollow going here. Alright, roll that around. There we go. Move you up. It's not quite what I wanted. Go back down, please. About yay amount, sure. And 1.5. Left, right. That could be enough. Let's just do 2. 1.9 actually works. Move it down. Move it back a little bit. And then just forward back scale that bastard. And then we just, no, we keep original mesh, don't hide that. Oh, maybe we do actually want to increase it just a wee bit. There we go. And this way we kind of give him eyes too, which is going to be adorable. Metal mat. There we go. Alright, and now down here, where they're still floating up a little bit, we're going to want to do this. Move it back by 0.5 so it's in the halfway point, because that will let it have a different little angle there. I did that wrong actually. I wanted to have it here. There we go. Okay, it's gonna be difficult. Let's do right there. Okay, now with that good to go, we put you here, put you back here, and we just close up that little gap we made. There we go. And then just same with down here pretty much. Just close the little gap we made. It adds a little bit of extra detail, and it breaks up the front profile so it's not completely flat as well. Like I said, I don't do a lot of this style often, so this is actually quite interesting for me to do. Just add those little panels there. We have our little headlights. Raycast is making the bot. Oh, cool, okay. Also, Mjolnir has way too many people. Go thank Raycast. Okay, cool. My question, though, is why do you think Mjolnir has too many people? I'm curious, soul boy. Because, like, as far as I'm concerned, I don't think any faction can really have too many people as long as they're still being productive, right? Alright. As far as I'm aware, there's no amount of final decos that will get me disqualified, so I can go all out as far as I'm aware. Plus, I'm in a faction with fallacy, so I think I'm allowed to go all out anyway. Let's just have that be 2, and then what we can do is we can have some little poles off to the side of either one. Let's do 0.1, kind of like how we do rigging. Alright. Move you out here. Excuse me. Made an omelet for breakfast this morning, and it was pretty good, but it's one of those things where it's like, I'm having too much dairy lately. I need to roll back on my dairy. Okay, it's gonna be one of those. Let's just do a 45-degree angle then. Match it up with how we have this already. And right at the edge there. Can we get that to fit right at the edge, do you think? What do we think, chat? Think we'll get it? There we go. Oh, just a little bit too much. There we go. Alright, I can be pretty happy with that. And then just copy, add new, paste. Here, let's just put you to 0.35, which means we move you to negative 1.35. There we go. That easy. Alright, that's our headlights done. I'm pretty happy with that. I like how that looks. It's a little bit sparse looking, but it's not like, it's not too fragile looking, you know? Krill, enjoy your lurk. Have a good one. Because it's fun. Someone hasn't heard about the time too many people instead of season 1. You're right, I haven't. So tell me about it. Nah, I can't. Diplomacy with the U.S. and TGL was a slight hell. Okay, but yeah, what? Just assign one person as diplomat. That's what we've done. Looks odd, but it works, I guess. Yeah. I don't know. They can modify it when they get to it. Like I said, I don't do a lot of. Well, technically, on the version that I'm looking at right here, actually. Why is this one so far back? Hello? Oh, I forgot to... Well, here, let's actually redo this one anyway, because I'm looking at the version right now, and it's only supposed to be a thin amount across the top, so... Let's do that. Right there. Because this is technically how the version I'm looking at right now would be. But I'm going to make it a little bit thicker just so it's a little bit nicer. Something like that is theoretically how it should be. I want it to at least cover the entire spotlight, though. There we go. Alright, that's better at least. Might be able to make it a better texture, maybe, if that's what's causing people to fuck off with the one sec. Allow. Specifically, some dude in a faction declared war, and then a little bit later, the leader of said faction woke up, said, and I quote, "What the fuck? Canceled the war, executed said person, and somehow that cascaded into an entire, like, 5-nation alliance fucking imploding." That's crazy. That's the funniest shit. Also, I'm still lost. Autobot has no skin, it's a bot. Pick out the one person's diplomat, I'm going to assign everyone's diplomat, and we're going to have zero communication. Be as insane with the RP as we canonically are. Nice. Technology isn't there yet. Yeah, sorry. No skin for the bot. Alright. So we have that. You know what we will add? We'll add the little chain decos. Some, like, you know how we did in Sprocket? So we'll put that here. Which side do we want? We want this side, okay. Make those a little bit smaller, but I feel like we can do 0.5 for every... let's do 0.75, actually. Because we still have to keep it the FTD scaling. There we go. So we have an okay amount of detail so far. I'm pretty happy with it, at least. Oops, that's the wrong button. There we go. Alright, there's the modularness of the hull, because I do want these to be pretty modular. And I think we can use the same deco for up here, I think. Alright, we'll make it 0.5 though for the... no, we'll do 0.75 for the crew hatch still. Let's do 0.7, let's do 0.65 actually. Because we don't want it to look like one of the chains from up top. Pitch at 45. There we go. There's our little hand. Oh, that's a little bit. Nope. Go back down there, lads. You don't need to be that big. There we go. Alright, there's our little crew hatch at the front. We're gonna need to pull across the back over here. I will say, you know what? This is different from what I'm used to, which is nice. I don't normally do this much minute deco work, and I also don't normally do this much. What's it called? Like, I don't know. Like, making a square look interesting is incredibly interesting to me, because it's not something I do very often. Because, like, you know, deepwater guard ships are always so well shaped, so this is pretty fun for me so far. There's the little hatch. Yeah, that looks about right. Watch everyone on the faction start making their own alliances and backstab each other, and somehow it ends up the faction leader being disposed. Invite another faction to invade and restore the power. He's being held over to pay the outsiders. They just fucking clear themselves the faction. Yeah, it's literally gonna be like King of the Castle when you battle the Ashmedian Empire, where it's like you have a diplomat come in and go like, "Hey, we'll help you if you help us." What are you people talking about? I feel like I'm watching aliens talking to each other. This is about TPD M3. We're talking about it's on Discord. You wouldn't know because, as you like to say, you don't have a Discord, so. But it's a TT RTS style using FTD as the battle simulator. Very roleplay heavy, which is fun. Alright. So what else would an APC like this need? We want to do the applique armor, I think. I think we do want to do that. So what we'll do is 2-meter truss here. How long is this? This is 25 long. So what we'll do is we'll put a 3-meter one here. Yeah, about here. And then another 2-meter back here. That should be 2 where... There we go. So that's 1, 2. So that's 7. 1, 2. That's... There we go. So now there's 6 between each one. Perfect. Okay. And now we just want to have the applique tracks match up with the track tracks. Oh, we can do that here, I think. And then, yeah, we don't need it to go all the way down. But we do need it to look proper, so... I see. Okay, it's gonna be one of these fucking pins. Can I, like, reduce the width on these wheels, please? Or am I just gonna have to do, like, this one by one? I think I might have to do it one by one. I'll just actually use a applique. That would be faster. Plus, plates suck anyway. Let's do that there, do that there. Oh, why is the applique corner? Why are the applique corners so fucking bad? Width coefficient, you can shrink them down, can I? Okay, huge. Width coefficients. I see it, yeah, thank you. There we go. And then aside from these ones, which I do want to be 1 still. Alright, what? Does it affect all wheels on that track? Shouldn't. No, okay, that's weird. Guess I was just looking at the wrong one earlier. There we go. Alright. That should work now. Because I think plates are kind of how I want to do it. Both structurally and just looks-wise. Alright. There we go. That looks fine to me, eh, chat? Like, this is, again, it's just mostly there to prevent, like, any rebellious colonials from actually being able to do any real damage, you know? Like, there we go. Okay, you know what, that feels like an MP vehicle. Okay, you know what, this is kind of cooking now. Now I'm pretty happy with this. Haven't tried to make applique transitions. It's possible. It's just really fucking annoying, I'm not gonna lie. Like, some of the applique slope choices, I'm just like, come on, what were you thinking with this one? Alright, and then in here we do this. And this will just add a little bit of extra detail. Alright. I'm pretty happy with how this looks, eh, chat? It does actually almost remind me of a Rhino from 40k. But, I feel like graded armor would look better. Maybe. But I kind of like the applique stuff, or like the plate armor on the sides here. Just to show that it's kind of added on, like, it's not part of the OG design, it's added on last minute because, to, like, make sure, like, riders and stuff can't gum up the tracks. Regime changes at competitive prices. It's not a bad idea, but you gotta spell competitive right. You don't want to look like an illiterate merc. Looks cool. Gonna copy the whole thing if I make another tank. Oh, cool. Actually, I will say, I imagine a turret right here. Honestly, a Deepwater Guard M113 wouldn't be a bad idea now that I think about it. You could very easily have metal on the sides and then the bleak armor. Could be a fun idea. Alright. I don't know if the fuel tanks are going to be too cartoonish, though. But I think I might let Chad handle the rest of this, internally at least. Because I know Chad's going to want to rework it anyway, so I might just let him do that on his own term instead of trying to figure out what he wants. So we'll add a viewport over here. Do I already have... No, I don't have the viewport on this one. Alright. Do I have any forms of viewports? Probably not. Let's do it ourselves. I'm just going to have a 3x3 metal pole. Yeah, 2.5 I think works. There we go. There we go. It's not, again, it's not made to be a military vehicle, so we can get away with some laziness here and there in terms of like, oh, like, wouldn't that die to a tank? Yeah, but it's not facing tanks. It's facing rioters in the streets. Alright, viewport, and then we're probably just gonna do some, like, emissive squares, I want to say. Let's get you scaled down. Let's keep you at like 2.5, and then no, I want to keep you at 5 because I want it to be rectangular squares. And this will go down to 2.5. Put you right in here. There we go. We can make the pole a little bit bigger later on, just so it fits that a bit better. Not gonna lie, I've been checking out the factions and I'm surprised we didn't end up in the Deepwater Guard, but not faction. It's because they never offered. They offered after Chad had already got to me. Like, literally, I put the DM saying, "Hey, I want to join. Who has a faction?" Chad like messaged me within like 2 seconds of me posting it. All right. There we go. Let's get emissive. Where's the emissive texture? Emissive only. I've never really worked with emissives before. I wonder... Here, let's just do white for now, I guess. I'll let them decide what they want later. I don't have any information about the color scheme here, because like we're still doing super early, so... But illiterate mercs are easy to cheat because they can't read the contract? True. Not good at writing, but there's my line, soldiers of fortune will bring you a fortune. Oh, that's good. If it's an APC, what is it carrying? We don't exactly have infantry in FTD. It would be carrying like military police or riot police. This is a crowd control vehicle. For the most part, honestly. It's not like anything like too, you know, silly. There we go, that's on the same now, so now we copy. Add new deco. Okay, yeah. Just 135. I know a circle technically isn't all 45 like this, but honestly, I don't care. Actually, I do care, because I'm gonna have to make it match that, aren't I? Shit, okay. That should be... Yeah, you know, sure that works. Fuck it, we ball. Doesn't quite work. Let's do, that works. Alright. Make sure you're at the same position as the other one, which means 167. There we go. And then just move you over to the right. And that way I can do this and be lazy. There we go. Move you back over to the left, move you over to the right. Alright, it's not quite how the emissives I would want to have. Let's actually, I want to sink them in a little bit more, honestly. There you go, that's about it. There we go. Okay, that works a little bit better. That front one's gonna be a bit weird, but you know what? That's not my problem. That's someone else's problem. And then pole-wise, just copy, new deco, paste, super thin. Just move up here and increase the free point 15. There we go. Then on top of that, we just put a hatch. Super simple. Decorations. The hatch, I assume, is probably going to be broken because most decos, whenever we do this, are. Yep, would you look at that, chat? Let's do like 2.5. No, let's do 1.5. Or just 2, I guess. There we go, that works. And then add new hatch, door hatch. No, I want the actual hatch door. There we go. Nice. Okay, the roll does not help. If I can either try and actually finish this catamaran, yeah, go for it, Cheap. I'm excited to see how you do it, because like I said, I know I said, like, oh, hey, by the way, like, watch out, because you gotta have the wood deck, right? So I'm excited to see how you cook it. Because if not, what I'll do today is I'll work on a single-hulled Shogun style, because I was thinking about it the other day, and I was like, I kind of do want a single-hulled one. But it's going to be, like, not a one-off, but it's not going to be as common as the other ones, for sure. 2, 2... Probably should make it, like, 2, eh? Yeah, there we go. Does that slot in there? It sure does. Nice. Alright, and then we just put a little pole back here. Now, obviously, I'm not doing a lot of texturing right now with the metal and all that, and that's intentional because I was told not to. So, I'm going to let them handle that later. That is not a Rory issue. That is a the rest of the crew issue. Go. Let's do 2. And let's move that back just a wee bit, shall we? Yeah, as for like paint and all that, that's all on them. Texturing. Melt your post-craft 3 seconds later to get accusations of faction style not being cohesive. It isn't. What? Oh, did they already? Nice. What are they saying? I'm curious. Big Jor, Mjolnir will have vehicles, yeah. Which channel was that in? Share Your Designs, or? I actually am just curious as to what people are saying, Mjolnir. You should fix Mjolnircraft not being cohesive. I don't know, we'll see. Oh, it's in Mjolnir's channel. Okay, I've only looked at the internal channel so far. There we go. Get your style cohesive. Here, let's... Okay, I will say, this APC blends in with the land style, at least. It works with the land style, so I'm not going to complain too much about that. I'll get the land style cohesive, because I will say, the ships are a little bit, yikers. Yeah, I will say, that needs to be a little bit more. Get your life cohesive, brother. Alright, well, I will say at least the APC will match the tank style, you know? The multi external channel? Yeah, that's fair, that's fair. Oh, I gotta stretch. Oh, there we go. I will say, I'm actually, you know what, I'm having fun doing this today. This is nice. Alright. What else do we want on a crowd control vehicle? What else are we feeling, chat? Stop using anti-regime language. I got the APC to match the tank at least. The ships are on y'all, Lamau. Alright. Because I feel like we could easily take the style of it. I'll probably take that ever tank that they have and I'll change it to this style. Barbed wires, speakers. Tear gas, shotguns. I wouldn't put a shotgun on the side of an APC if you're going into a riot area. That would be like asking for trouble, I'm not gonna lie. Nice try, rioter, but not today. You're not getting no free shotguns, buddy boy. Let's make this metal. Metal. I'm actually quite happy with how this is turning out so far, though. Let's actually have this go up and backwards, though. There we go. So that way we delete this one. And now we just do a little metal plate here. Is that flush? That is, okay, good. Honestly, if I do what I was going to do defenders like this, I probably would just put the spotlights down there, but I can put other stuff down there, like munition warners and whatnot. Nades and shotguns would be stored inside, exactly. You are putting flamethrowers. Speakers, giant do not resist. Megaphones, that could be funny, actually. That could be pretty funny. It's very fun watching you build this, even though I have zero clue what you're talking about. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, like, I also barely know what's going on, but I'm enjoying this build style. And, like, building with a theme in mind is actually quite fun. Like, you know, putting the track guards on to make sure that people can't gum up the tracks is pretty interesting. So I am having fun with this build, I will say that much. I'm gonna send a work in progress photo to the guys so that they know what to expect. And there we go. Take all those screenshots, just so that if there's something I need to change, then I can do it so quickly. There we go. It would be easier if they joined stream so they give feedback as we go, but you know what? I get to decide some stuff. You should add John. John commits police complacence enforcement. Oh my god. Oh my god, guys. There we go. This is the MP version. Logi is coming next. Because for the Logi, we just take out the fuel tanks and put a crane, but we keep the rest of it pretty similar, you know what I mean? We also take off the applique. And then we just add some stowage. So, like, this is going to be a very modular APC designed. Mjolnir should send his regime back since so based it rivals the evilness of S1 factions. I see. Oh. Interesting, okay, I'm receiving feedback. Googling around, some riot APCs have bulldozers. Oh yeah, they did want a bulldozer as well. They wanted a plow. I don't think a plow would really work on this design, though. I feel like the flamethrower is probably enough, and then they can just push through with the... I might add like a little bit of a plow down here. Should really stream the Mjalt internal chat. Oh, so true. Why didn't I think of that? Such a good idea. I'll get on that right away, Mr. Slowboy. You would definitely not get heated out of the faction for doing that. Alright, well, while we're waiting for Chad to give me opinions there, I think I might add... I would say fire... I feel like anything that we would want on the inside should stay on the inside. You know what I mean? I do like the idea of what we deploy from the front, so, like, the hatch comes open and we, like, you know, like, the police troops come out front, guns blazing. That's why the hatch is so big, so they can get out easier. Bro. Alright, you know what, Soulboy, next season I'm joining your faction so we're a little bit less organized. Spaced armor on the tracks looks off for me? What about it? Is it just because do you think the truss is too high? Or is it just because it doesn't fully match the tracks? Yes, we'll have having the single exit of the vehicle be directly into the line of fire. It's called a breach and clear. You ram this into the enemy, you know, into the rebellious held area. The hatch opens up, and you start firing as you go out. That's assuming I have a faction for next season. I may join someone else. Oh, really? Or actually roll a raider to be Mjolnir Land Raider. It's based off an M113, so I guess it's close enough to the Land Raider. Don't know, but there's really something that makes it feel off. Yeah, I'm not sure what it could be. Cause like I'm pretty happy with this so far. Maybe it could be around the spotlights, maybe, but maybe if I add some more support with the poles back here, because that does feel a little bit off to me, I will say. Like right back here. Which I know is a weird thing to complain about, but... -1. There we go. Yeah, I think that actually does make it a little bit better on my side at least. And you just need to be 5. There we go. Alright. Yeah, that makes the spotlights a little bit better at least. A little bit more supported looking. How much of my schedule gets deleted by me going into uni next year? Well, simply don't go into uni. Become a professional FTD builder like I did. It's so simple. Needs another exit at the back? I hard disagree with you. I think it's the part on the front you should have the triangle corner plate fin. Where? I'm not sure what you mean. One second. Square corner on the side of the top skirts. Oh, right here. Oh, so you're saying you just want this to be flipped around, eh? Like this? Yeah, I guess that works. I want to keep the back one, though, because that does look a little bit more... I like the squared off look. But for the front, it works. In my it looks better. Square corner on the top. Yeah, it looks way better now. You know what? I don't know if it looks way better, but I will say it adds some visual, like it breaks up the flat space because it's differently shaped at the front than the back, so I'll keep that for now, I think. Oh, but nice. They just sent me a completely different design, but they you fucking kidding me? Gonna kill them. Alright, I wonder whatever cabals we will get in S2. Is that Civil War I smell? No, it's not Civil War, it's literally just me going, damn. Ancient FTD players. Want to make it a civil war? No. I don't need to do that. Forgot it's called side skirt. I've been trying to remember that word for so long. Yeah, they're side skirts. Do a funny? Mal, why don't you do a funny and play the game, eh? Why don't you do the funny, buddy? I want to try something here because I am curious now if that would look better for the side skirts. And the answer is I'm not sure. I think I prefer just the truss look, honestly. Yeah, I think I prefer just the truss look. All right. What makes you think they're even boys? Tanks are femboys? Confirmed? How are tanks femboys confirmed? I thought planes were femboys. We talked about this. Depends if the person I kind of hate is still playing. Oh my god, imagine hating people in FTD. It's a game! Aside from, like, you know, a few people who take it way too seriously. That's fair. But... Alright. I'm gonna submit this for now. What do we want to call this, chat? Carrots also spin? Femboy? The tank is wearing a skirt? Ah, I see, I see. Say it yourself, it's about the people who you play with. No point playing with the people you don't like. True. That is true. That's why I only do most of the background support and build and, like, document stuff. Call it some horrible evil temp name. Meal. Oh, it's like I got an idea. Meal tier gas. There we go. Alright. I used a temp name then.
Rustin, I have a message from the field, meow tier.
Meow tier? Oh my god. No, I think meow tier gas is a funnier pun to me. Alright, we'll just make sure we double save it. And we'll go from there. No internals or paints as stream, and y'all didn't. Yeah. Oh, okay. He's saying hold on now. Damn. The organization leaves a lot to be desired, I will say. No internals. Chad can handle that as I'm streaming, so I don't wanna violate OPSEC. Nor do I want to really do internals. Femboy PC. Royce and I redeemed the name. Very cool, Soulboy. Unfortunately, we don't have any build to name it, because we've already saved it with a name. So, nice job wasting your points, Soulboy. I don't, Quarry, if you want to redeem his points, if you think he deserves it. Oh, I see there's a Fred now. Alright. There we go. Work in progress needs internals and minor aesthetic changes once style is finished. There we go. Alright, I was the first one to submit stuff to the BP repository. I've done my part, chat. I'm doing my part. Holy shit, Quarry exists. The AI is unnamed. Oh, true, but you know what? We'll let that... We'll handle that in the future. Once they have like a finished design, I'll go back and fiddle with it a little bit. Alright. I will say, just in terms of an APC design, though, I'm actually quite happy with this. And I might steal this and reuse it for the custom campaign if I ever get a land portion of my custom campaign. Otherwise, I might just steal it and use it for my own like build style eventually. We'll see. We'll see. Okay. Ah, and there's the reference images now. They're oh god, they're all from Sprocket. Jesus. Okay. I see. Cool. Alright, let's switch out our BPs. Actually, we don't really need a blueprint.
I have a
at this
message
point.
from
Yeah,
the
what's up?
field. You should let chat redmgl try names that you then shove into the blueprints right before submission.
Now, why would I be that silly? Why would I let that happen, eh? Alright, now we get to do the big boy. How big are we? Other tanks. Doing cargo thing now. This is why this is why I didn't get involved in TPD last year. I was too busy last year to deal with all the back and forth. That's your first Mjolnir battle, and all the A's are just 2006 Honda Civic. When Rorsts? Rorsts will be at the end of the FTD segment, as always. There's really no set time today. It's pretty much just whenever I get this cargo plane done now. I need dimensions. I don't have that BP. Whoa. At least I didn't miss them. True. By the way, does anyone know how to activate trees with the render distance mod? So you enable the mod, you go to options, render distance, there's fog, there's trees right here. Alright. What did the ACP or APC ended up looking like? Oh, it ended up looking like this. Because apparently there was a design document that wasn't shared with me. So they're it's gonna be changed as we go through. But I really like the idea of like staggering blocks like this to get like extra paneling. And I might use that to develop a Carpathian style. Alright, there we go. The Folly Dream dies every day. Oh no. First is audibly say, ew, like you did with my tank, I'm killing you. Oh, I was checking in the mod menu, didn't realize it was just one of the regular sentence. Yeah, it's just regular sentence. Domestic violence. Linpaw, how are you already committed domestic violence on Swowboy? Alright. Can I show this on stream without looking at stats? Of course. As I'll need to... Okay, it's only 17 wide. Okay, we're fine then, because I was going to do 20 wide anyway. Okay, it's an S1 view. Okay, huge. Okay, we're good. Alright, so I can load the vehicle from Season 1. And we got this, chat. We got this. Got this. Oh, yeah, these people. Alright. True. No, he's committing that on me. Ah, I see. Well, why are you being a victim? I was gonna say, why are you being a victim? I can't say that. Alright. Malkuf. Oh god, this is what they built in Season 1? Jesus Christ, okay. Okay, first off, where the fuck is the smoke generator? Turn that shit off. Why do people build like this? Oh my god. Why do people build like this? Jesus. Where the fuck is the smoke emitter? There they are. Get that shit out of here. Oh my god, why is there so many fucking smoke emitters? Fucking these people. I swear to Christ. Okay, where's the last one? Come on. Show it. There we go. Okay. So clearly they, Well, they definitely didn't win any aesthetic victories last season, I'm going to assume, based on this design. Jesus, this is rough, alright. 1534 and Soulboy 1504 is the number of Soulboys Soulboy has committed. I think there's, I think the highest one isn't there Soulboy 18, or like 1984? Smoking is unhealthy? True. Ew, frame zero smoke. That's what I'm saying, it's so gross. This is ew, not positive? Agreed. But, alright, dimensions-wise, we are looking at 39 by 17. That's fine, so we were going to do 20 by 80 for our cargo hold anyway. So, the hull is decent, but yeah, the turret needed more time in the oven. Absolutely agreed. I don't even know if I agree about the hull, actually. It's a little sparse. It's fine on the back. The back is actually really nice, but the front is like so boring. There's no viewport, there's no any. This looks like someone removed the decos. I would agree with you. Alright, plane time. Alright, so we're gonna make the interior first. So we're gonna have 21 by 80. Could just do 25. Actually, 25 works. No, that's gonna be too big. We'll do 21. Okay. There we go. Because I did want 100 by 100, right? Or 100 by 110, I think, for the width. So I think 20 would be a good amount in there. No one show Monkey Man, he'll get an allergic reaction. This looks like someone anaphylactic shock. Width is 21, length is 20. This is gonna be a big plane now that I think about it, honestly. Alright. Oh my god, come on. 84. There we go. Okay, so this is good. And then height-wise, what are you? 6. We'll make the height be like 10, I guess. I don't know. 9 works, actually. I can't imagine many vehicles being taller than 9. That's only measuring the hull, isn't it? So that means 6 there, and then that is a free tall turret. So we'll do 10, like I was originally going to say. There we go. So this will be the... just a little guy. You know, it's going to be just a silly little guy. So that will be the interior. And honestly, even then on the width, like, I feel like that's okay. Should be thinner than it is tall and only like 17 meters tall. It's fucking huge. No, it's just a little guy, don't worry. Yeah, I guess for a plane you would want it thinner than tall, eh? Alright, we'll cut off, yeah, we'll make it 17, yeah, we'll make it 17 wide. It's just barely enough to fit that in there, though. We'll make it 19 wide. And then, yeah, because we are gonna have to make it taller than it is wide, isn't it? Because most planes are... Ah, that's gonna be annoying. Alright, fuck it, whatever, we ball. Whatever, we ball. Never had to build a plane this big before, this is gonna be fun. I think you just maybe just make it obese. I think that's gonna have to be the plan, honestly. Or alternatively, what if we just make it a perfect tube, you know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know how well we're going to be able to do this, actually. Like, thinking about it right now, you know what I mean? How well are we going to be able to do this? Because, like, I feel like if we... I feel like it's going to have to be a little bit wider than it is tall. And I'm sure no one will complain about that in chat, right? I'm absolutely positive no one in chat would have an issue with that. Alright, put you over here. So I have the photo up right now. No, it's actually a surprisingly tall plane. It's not that wide. So maybe we do just go with it being let's get a tube of attached flying boat above below, yeah. With more teardrop shape, yeah, that's what I'm thinking right now actually. It is it's a remarkably tall plane, fuck it, we ball. We'll do 18 by 22. Put a cargo bay. There we go. I will see the music go. Okay, so that is our interior space. And that's like before, obviously, like we tube it up and whatnot, so give us some time there. Actually, let's tube it up now, I guess, shouldn't we? Not overweight, please. Thank you. Guess we're gonna need to use the free meters for once. Oh, we finally get to use the free meter tube. The forbidden free meter, chat. Let's go. Is that actually oh, that's exactly what we need? You're kidding me. Holy shit, chat. I'm so fucking good at this game. Let's go. Alright, there we go. Now, can we get away with doing free meter? Oh, let's go Pog. Oh, okay, so I can't do a full free meter there. Haha, JK, unless I raise it by 1. What if I raised it by 1, chat? Wouldn't that be cool? Because that way we have a nice oval shape instead of a weird non-oval shape. Haha, JK, chat? Thousands of hours finally paid off. Oh, I know, right? I finally get to use the forbidden free meter sphere. Assuming you already hit 2k since you were at like 1.5k half a year ago. I am at, I know I'm just shy of 2k. I'm at 1.990. So if I go for 10 hours today, I will hit 2k today. Alright. Here, let's put this on the screen so you guys can see it as well. There you go. There y'all go. That's what we're building today. Do not go on for 10 hours, I want to sleep. But, and hear me out, chat, it would be funny. Just a little 2-hour guy, you know? Who would ever complain about just a 10-hour, sorry, not 2-hour, 10-hour FTD stream? Aside from you Europeans who are in the wrong time zone. There we go. There we go. Alright, it's like I said, like every time I build a craft, or like I enjoy being able to have to learn something new every time I build a craft. So this is just one of those times where like I'm learning a bunch of new stuff as I build this realistic style, and it's really fun. I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of like, it's not really removed my burnout on FTD, because let's be honest, I am a little burnt out, but it's not bad, you know? Okay. The main hull should be 3 decks tall? No. What I could actually do is, how tall is this? This is 23 tall right now. If I split it right down the middle, we could actually maybe get away with doing, oh, you know what, chat? We could actually get away with having, because what is that? That's 11 tall on either side. So like put the tank hulls down below and put the turrets up top or something like that. You know what I mean? Because most of these, you might actually, if you take the turrets off, you would actually be able to. Actually, no, I think because that's only 9 tall over there. We might be able to fit in 2 floors. You actually might be onto something. Royston is more important than sleep. No, I am not. We're not doing that. No, if you need to go to bed, please, by all means, go to bed. Do not stay up just for my sake, alright, chat? Don't ruin your sleep schedule for me. I was trying to feel we've gone too wide, but if we be scaling, then we need a huge point. Oh yeah, we need a huge point. Still maintain that the sun looks like Gotham. I'm not gonna lie, I've never seen Gundam, so I would not know. Good night, wonderful people. Have a good one, Gleb. It was good seeing you. Sorry if I didn't catch you earlier. I haven't been really paying attention to the chat much today. It's been one of those days where I'm just kind of creative, and it's nice. If your sleep schedule was already ruined? Well, in that case, by all means, go for it. I can't save you if you've already ruined it, right? But there we go. Alright, 79 length, that's fine. Excuse me. Get Potat on the read, chat. Ah, you would like that, wouldn't you, chat? Yeah, why don't you just go subscribe to Potat's channel then, eh, Moonpaw? The joke is Potat does not stream, because he is unfortunately doing FTD IRL. So we can't steal him for this project, unfortunately. He's also on a different team. I very rarely get to go against Potat, so this will actually be fun. Because he and I have learned, like, he's, you know, I've learned most of my functionality skills from him. So it'll be really interesting to see. It's gonna feel like, the Freerin versus Freerin battle. Yeah, if you guys have ever seen, Freerin Beyond Journey's End. That's gonna be a fun time, honestly. I am very excited for that. Sheesh, the research says the fuselage was like 10-meter diameter. The height included boat and tail. Really? Wow. Alright, was that for like the real life one, or was that just for the concept? Doesn't matter since we'll roll everyone anyways. Ah, I see, I see. I'm also sick, so staying up late won't affect anything. No, if you're sick, get some rest. What do you mean it won't affect anything? Get some rest. Alright, I see what happened here. We have 2 here, so let's just switch over to 4. And then we won't need to have 2. There we go. No. The concept when you're building from? Ah, okay. 26 meters tail fins. Wow. There we go. Well, we're going to be scaling it up a little bit, because FTD is scaled up, so. Right, I don't think we ever had the duel between my airship and whatever you built. I consider you to have backed out and I won by default. You literally never submitted the airship to me. I said, hey, send it over, and then you just ignored me, so. Nice try. Imagine chicking it out from a fight and then saying, oh yeah, we never fought, so I win by default. That's crazy. If you did, I literally never received it. Because I remember asking you in AE's chat for it, and then I just never heard back from you. Needs to be near 200 meters long. Really? You're at twice the height, you need to double the... Yeah, no, we're not doing that. Nice try. Oh, that's the wrong way. I need the 3 meters here. I thought we were down here. When the fuck did trees get added to FTD? The mod render distance added them. Also, Motion Kicker, it's good to see you. You bother looking into roasts wherever it is? I am. Why did you put it in roasts? I don't challenge anything in roasts. No wonder I didn't get to it. It's because you posted it somewhere where I'm like, yeah, I ignore functionality. That's actually crazy. But yes, the latest update for the render distance mod added trees, and it's quite nice so far. So submitted it for roast on it? Well, that's on you, then. You can't blame me for that. I forget what I built for it anyway, which is hilarious. I wonder if maybe it was supposed to go against the freebooter. I don't remember. Alright. There we go. Alright, this is gonna be a big fucking pin to build. I am not looking forward to it. But you know what? It's a military craft. Like, at least the one nice thing about like realistic military craft is that they really don't have a lot of detail. Okay, asshole, fucking rev your engine louder, why don't you? I fucking hate when people have to go through the neighborhood proving to everyone but they have a small dick. Like, my car is so quiet, it's so nice. You know what I mean? But there's some people who like have to fucking rev their engines, and it's like, okay, I didn't need to know you're insecure. My apologies. Like, you didn't have to tell the world. All right. There we go. Like, if you know, like, if you're revving your engine out like in the boonies, that's fine. I'm fine with that. Like, I'm not against, you know, car people being happy with their car. I'm not gonna be that much of a dick. But like, in a fucking residential neighborhood, get a life. Yeah, loud cards are done. Maybe I'm gonna nap. Yeah, no worries so much. Have a good one. Alright. Yeah, rip to whichever bozo has to build this, or get the internals on this, because I'm only doing the, I'm not doing the internals on this. I'm only doing the, what's it called? The aesthetics. So, a rip bozo, whoever has to try and make this fin work later. It's worse when they do it like 2 AM in an area where a lot of old people live. That's what I'm saying, right? It's like, if you want to go do it like out in the middle of nowhere, that's fine. I do not care. But it's like when you're doing it like where people live, like, what the fuck is your issue? You know what I mean? There's no need. Like, just be a better person. Please change and grow as a person. You know what I mean? Really, yeah, especially if it's a tiny free cylinder with Pops and Bane's tune. Those guys are obnoxious. I know, right? Like, do people just have nothing better to do than, you know, annoy people? Like, oh, it's annoying. And I can deviant the blueprint right now, let's be honest, watch it die. Well, I don't know, according to Gravitas, the freebooter has some issues that I still need to work out, so. You have time to rebuild it if you want. Alright. Let's fix up here. There we go. Yeah, this is a rip to whoever has to make this functional, goddamn. Alright, and then I think what we do for the sides here is we're going to use truss to make it look like we're trying to save on materials. Also, I just like how truss looks. Why is that off by 1? How low? Ah, because, yeah, okay. I think the basic issue is the guns aren't too optimized. Yeah, that might do it. Keep in mind, you would be going against a woodcraft, though. Start tapering it in ×3. Then make it all invisible. How do I do these ads break for uBlock? Because uBlock has been significantly nerfed by Google Chrome. If you're on Firefox, then I have no idea, but I know on Chrome they fucking nerfed it. Oh, you know what? Let's I have an idea here, chat. We're going to do a repeating pattern here, so it looks like an above little catwalk area. There we go. Alright. There we go. And then plus that will be a weight saving measure as well, you know? Alrighty. And then down here, we're actually going to have to probably make it a little bit, I think right here, we cut it off so we can have... Because how much width would that give us? That's 3, 5, 6... Let's give ourselves 7 width. And we'll put, like, the other platform in here, you know? Then this one could be full metal. There we go. And then we'll just do the rest of it underneath it. There we go. Alright. And then we just kind of fill that out. There we go. And now we can continue our work down here again. Which I realized we didn't have to delete all that stuff from earlier, but you know what, that's fine. But you were going to do like top floor for passengers, double stack tanks as wild. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, right? So like the bigger stuff will go on top, smaller stuff like my APC, for example, you could easily fit free down here. So, because if we're going to be this big anyway, we might as well make it worth it to transport stuff. Just does some perfect basic ass ad block and it works perfectly fine on Chrome. Oh, nice. Wait, you meant 2 floors of tanks. Yeah, we're not doing passengers. Well, to be fair, you can technically put passengers anywhere. But the larger stuff will definitely go on top. And then, like, you could easily fit, like, you know, infantry or basic supplies down here, no problem. You know what I mean? Yeah, crew can have space in the cabin. Yeah, exactly, because we have a big schnoz on this one anyway. So what we might do is we might just put some crew cabins up at the front. That way you use separators to have it airdrop tanks. That is, that's up... Any of the functionality wise, that's going to be up to Chad and them. I'm only here as an aesthetics builder. That would actually be so cool. Probably. It's not my job, though. You can put passengers anywhere. Worse, remember, this ain't default guard. You have to actually care about the safety. I guess. I don't want to. You can even have more storage down here, too, if you want. Actually, we'll probably just keep this as a maintenance, place. Also, rip to whatever bozo has to paint this. Because I know I'm not doing it. Because they didn't give me a paint guide. Looks like where they'd put the fuel. Yeah, fair enough. This thing is probably big enough that without the middle deck, you could airdrop a destroyer or something. Oh, probably. Could you imagine landing with a flying boat and then just propping it out? Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. If someone airdropped a fucking like Corvette into my airspace, I'd be like, "What the fuck?" All right. There we go. Now from up here, I don't particularly feel like figuring out how to connect it right now, so I'll do that later. At that point, you have one logistically, yeah. Have to make a 2 to 5 one set offset one transition. No, just don't do that. Figure out a way around it. I simply would not do that. Yeah, I was thinking about ships where they put the fuel there. Yeah, fair. All right. Maybe just a couple of them hoisting the battleship between them like a Pacific Rim Jaeger. Alright, we're gonna make the winds free wide, I think, so. Now, from my understanding, we want a pretty nice transition here. So let's do 2, because we want it to be delta wind, right? Then this should take us to 100 whiff. Or 110 whiff, I should say. There are more planes in the sea than boats in the sky. Not anymore. The future is now, old man. Alright, there we go. So that takes us to where we need to go. No, it's 103. I wanted 107. That's 111. And then we'll just add like the little pods at the end. And honestly, you're right, that doesn't look big enough. Maybe we do just reduce it down to a single level, honestly. You know? What do we think, chat? Because it's a specific stipulation that we have to have it look big enough to transport the vehicles. I can just stick ice on it and hide the transition. Easy, let's go. Yeah, those winds would need to be thick. Oh, absolutely. What I'm thinking of right now, though, is I do think, like, if we keep... Yeah, let's reduce it down. Alright, we'll kill it. In that case, I'm going to take a quick little ad break here and go use the washroom. So I will be right back, chat. Oh, actually, I think the ad's just played, so you guys get a free break for free. I'll be right back. I'm back. Time to redo everything. Yeah, that happens. Can't make it smaller without looking at it too fat. I think I can. Observe. So we do 2, 1, 1, 2, 3. There's a shape here we can do. I want to try something. And I think what we do is we do free up here and then 2. I think that will work for how I want to do this. There we go. Maybe have it be free spheres, one big one with bulges at the bottom. That's actually not a bad idea. But it's not quite where I want to take, because I still want to have it be taller than it is wide, for sure. Alright, let's see what I just got messaged. Ah, Fortuna, thank you. Alright. Let's see what they've been saying since I sent it. Oh, okay, I can't read that part out loud. Okay. Chicken jockey? Oh my god. So we can make it a little bit less wide, I think. 15 wide. That's 17 wide. I need it to be a little bit wider, I think. So let's take this back. What if we do free up here into 1? We haven't tried that yet, have we? That would be a new shape. I think it might just be what we need. I think that's the shape, chat. I think we did it. Flint and steel, true. Big flint and any flint and steel enjoyers in the chat. There we go. I think we figured it out. The question is, do we need it to be... I would still like it to be taller. Yeah. Okay. No, this works. Trust the process, chat. There's a process, we need to trust it. I think we got this, though. I think we figured it out. We've cracked the code. And that guy just started his fucking suck. I could fucking lose the chat. Because, like, I need to have the window open because it's getting warm in here, right? And I don't want to put it on the AC today because that's cringe. Using the AC before May is, cringe. But... I like the shape better, I feel, for a plane. I think I'm more a matchstick guy, though bow drills are a nice classic. Fucking hate flint and steel. Honestly, yeah, I've done bow drills, I've done, flint and steel, water bucket release, oh my god. You can see the fuselage and boat hull connect. Yes. Yeah, no, I do see that, so... Like, beneath here, probably around here-ish, is where we turn it into the boat hull. So on the bottom side, we'll actually just... We'll do this. Oh, and then you know what that means? We can have 4 meter down here. Let's go. Shrimple. It's so shrimple, chat. Something like this, and then have it, Actually, no, that needs to be a little bit more, doesn't it? That could be too tall, though. I don't do, like, I don't know. I don't get to mess around with flying boat hulls very often, so... This is interesting to me. And obviously this is going to be the thickest part of the boat hull, and there's... It's only one layer of windows, though, so I think we'll only do free high. And then we'll do this. And then we do want this to taper into a point. So we'll do something kind of like how we did on the frigate bird. Let's do a bit more, actually. Nope, never mind, because we're not doing a bit more. You know what, it's fine, we can just have it not... It doesn't need to be that tapered. Something like that. I think shape-wise, that I can be pretty happy with. That's enough snow to cause an entire fucking tractor to get stuck to. The sun is burning my fucking skin, Jesus, I know, right? Using the AC before May, the weather here is evil and the central heating doesn't affect my room. Oh no, that's rough. Couldn't be me. I love my central heating. There we go. Okay. We have done, El Clasico figured it out. Any dissenters in chat who say we haven't figured it out will be shot. And then that way down here, it gives you even more room to do sillier stuff. So like probably put in a floor right here, right? Then that way you have like a little crawl space underneath if you need to add fuel or anything like that. Actually, no, let's put that one up. Let's move it. Just put that here, actually. Just have the flying boat be separate from the rest of the area. So we have our storage facility up here. We can still get a double-decker storage facility. Because how big is this? That's 1... That's 7 tall. So you could fit a tank hull up there if it's like 6 tall like over here. And then down here is 1, 2, 3. Okay, so yeah, both of those are 7 tall now. So like, that could definitely fit 2 of the fins. According to the weatherman, we're getting thunderstorms at 22 Celsius tomorrow. Oh god. It was a bit chilly and slightly windy, so all my small appendages were having a grillage. Well, I simply don't have small appendages. This is why I only spec in the medium-sized appendages. I don't really go for small appendages. Today I had weather. I was equally cold and hot, and I hate it. Yeah, no, same. I woke up and it was like it was 8 Celsius, and now it's like 20 Celsius. That produces boring shapes. This is mostly for ships. Weathermen are cringe when they're wrong. I'm just saying, the weathermen get so much flack for being wrong all the time, but it's like, you try accurately predicting the weather in a world that's affected by climate change, you know? That shit's difficult as fuck. Alright, I like this fuselage shape a lot more, chat. How do we feel about this shape? This feels a lot better proportioned. So now let's take our silly little guys here. I want the front of this to be, let's say 7, let's say 5 wide, and the back can be 9 wide. Flared base, true. Ah! I like the shape. Yeah, no, this is starting to work. We had 100 wide yet? No. But now that I've done all that, I think 3 meter wins would work better, actually. Or even 4 meters. I think we'll go with 4 meters, just because I very rarely get to make 4 meter wins work. Oh, come on, really, game? Motherfucker. Alright, we're at 205. I will say, actually, the 205 with, that looks a lot more proportional, chat. That's all I'm saying. How do we feel about it? Let's cut it down to, like, 150-ish. The loud car people have ascended. What do you have, a jet taking off the background? That is, not a loud car. That is somebody using a saw across the alleyway from my house. But, honestly, I need to have the window open so I can get cold air in here, so... I apologize, we're just gonna have to put up with it for now. I think the guy's working on his deck or something. He does this every year, but... Alright. This should be where it connects down. The wind should be sized when we have the hull out size, I feel. You think so? Well, I'll do that for now, out to 150-ish. But, fair enough, I guess. Hey, Russian, pen, def, napalm, yes or no? Up to you. Does he at least have a nice deck? No, it's unfinished. Is it staggered? It is staggered. I'll give him credit where it's due. He did stagger his deck, but... Alright, let's get this hull shape. So we'll probably do 5 segments of this shape here, and then we'll have to curve it on either side. Hey, Quarry, are you doing TPD? Because if not, would you like to join a faction for TPD this season? As in, would you like to come help me with this? Because I know you're better at shaping than I am when it comes to planes. Though, unfortunately, I don't think I can outsource this. When Prince does he at least have a nice deck? Isn't it a nice deck? No, I can see the vision, you know, and it's gonna look nice when it's done. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. No, let's do 4. I think actually that's all we need. Wait, y'all heard about wheel decos are coming soon? Curious. Who told you that? I'm curious as to who told you that. Yeah, go look at the news channel. Maybe it was posted when I wasn't paying attention. FTD ornithopters, but real one. You can already do ornithopters, like, super easily. They're just not good. Like real life. We can do ornithopters IRL, but they're not good. Ooh, let's check out what we're doing here. I don't see any news about it. Sean said it? Curious. Well, I have not been informed of it yet, so... In general? Ah, of course he did. The good old Sean leaks in general. Yeah, because I was gonna say, I know there's an update on its way. But, I don't know the specifics of it, so... But if Sean said it in general, then yeah, I can talk about it. Yes, there's an update on its way. Oh no, we can't kill the dev. No, we can't. I'm not saying we should either, I'm just saying, good old Sean leaks. Alright. Looking at this, let's do 4 free, 2, 2. No, let's do 4... I fucking hate doing curves like this. Oh, I hate this. This is why I had Corey do it on the frigate bird. Free, 4. Corey, I have to do my own slopes. I don't want to. I'm tired, boss. Oh, it's not even enough of a sharp turn, though. Triangle generator moment? Absolutely not. Triangle generator wouldn't even help here anyway. Imagine using triangle generator. Cringe. Alright. There we go. I think something like that should work at least. You just started? How are you already tired? Pain some time? Yeah. What do you mean I just started? I've had to rebuild this already once. I'm allowed to be tired. Most of the length is going to be at the back, but I still think, even that being said, I think this is too short. So let's do 2 free, 2 free, 4. Because that way, yeah, because like the slope kind of comes up to above where the windows are, but not that much. Fuck. Okay. Let's get rid of the 2s then. That's such a weird fucking curve. Why is it curved like that? Okay, one second. Let me take a look at this. That curve comes up to just below where the windows would be. Which means I guess I could do underneath more, but I kind of don't want to have to do underneath more, honestly. Let's have it come up to here. So, you know what, let's just do... Ooh, Ori and the Will of the Wisps is done. What music do we want next, chat? We can go Zelda, we can go Skyrim, we can go Stardew Valley. We can go... I don't want to do generic, not medieval, because I don't want to risk copyright claim. You know what, let's go back to the Zelda music. That was nice yesterday. Triangle Genesis for those less blessed with autism. Alright, let's do 4, 3, 4, and then that gets us pretty much where we want. Alright. That's just gonna be the best we have right now, because I honestly cannot be bothered. Someone else can fix it if they want it changed. That ain't my problem. Go. Alright, that looks good enough to be a flying boat at least. Alright, that at the front. How far to the front does it go? So I think we just round off the front, right? Kind of like how we would with anything else. Can I make this bigger? Yeah, I'd say the front is like 1 meter into 2, etc., etc. So let's take you like this. Yeah, that looks about like what we'd want for the front, I think. No, I'm gonna want it a bit more, I think. There we go. There we go. Something like that. Man, that is going to be a mess for whoever has to finish that off. My god. It's going to be me, chat. I'm going to hate myself. I don't want to have to do this. I'm tired, chat. Why do I even attempt to do realistic style? This is such a silly idea. Realism is such a silly place. Whose idea was this? I will say the Zelda music at least is a buff. Every time I listen to Zelda, it's impossible to be unmotivated when you listen to Zelda music. Alright, there we go. Then it has like the weird like keel as well. It's gonna be back to building Deepwater Guard next stream. Oh, absolutely, yeah. No, fuck this. What? This is why I don't leave Deepwater Guard style. This is terrifying. I hate it here. I hate it here, chat. Bring me back to Deepwater Guard. Alright. Okay. Oh, hey, how goes it? Hello, 99. How's it going? We are building a plane, and I hate myself for it. I hate it here. I'm tired, boss. Yeah, the wind positioning at least is correct, because it's about halfway through where you'd expect it to be, you know? Alright, so now that we're here, I think this is a pretty obvious 2 meter up the entire way. And then around here is where it would balance out. Nope, it would balance out a little bit sooner. About yay-ish. And then we'd do this, this, and right here should get us in line with over here. I think that looks about to be what we're looking for, eh, chat? That gets us to 51, so that's not too bad. So that's about half of our height here. It's going to be a little bit inflated on the numbers, I think. Instead of 100 by 110, it's going to be probably like 110 by 160s, 175-ish. Could use some longer slopes to the bow, you think so? I don't know, I feel like the image there is like pretty solidly like consistent with how it slopes. The worst RG ever in Brotata? I don't want to play anymore. Oh no! Yeah, it's very abrupt. It might be a bit short like that. You think so? I don't know. So you guys are saying right here, right? Like, I guess I can just curve it off, like, naturally. But then you don't get, like, the effect, right? Unless we just do, like, free across like this. I think that runs into the same issue, though. But if we do it like this, then I feel like that's too much... I was gonna say it's too much like a boat, but I guess that's kind of what we're going after here, isn't it? So you guys want something like this, yeah? Is it even width? No, it's not even width. Why would it be even width? So is it going to be a chunky boy? Yes, it's definitely going to be a chunky boy. Like, again, I have the photo in the top right corner, guys. It's going to be chunky. I'm not sure what you're expecting from this. But, like, I feel like it's pretty obvious that it's going to be chunky. That's maybe better? I'm not sure. I'm not convinced. I ain't so sure, boss. I think I had the nose idea right, though, with doing... Oh, that's my headset dying. Jesus Christ, why was that so loud? There was no need for that. There we go. Might look better when the keel pieces in place fill in the current gap. Yeah, that's true, too. Hey, Quarry, you're good at keel pieces, aren't you? I saw you do it on the frigate bird. Or at least you can teach me how to do it. Cause I'm just doing the basic shaping today. No. You teach me. You don't have to do it yourself. You teach me how to do it. Is that fair? Ooh, Great Fairy Fountain. Let's go. Why did I second? I should. Gotta stop second guessing it. No, I did have that wrong. What the fuck? Let's do something like this then, I guess. There we go. That looks more like a cockpit now. There we go. Okay. All right. So that looks pretty decent. And then in the photo, does it go above? No. Okay. The cockpit kind of like rounds off at the top there. So that 2 meter layer, or that 1 meter layer, will be the cockpit glass. Oh god, teaching even worse. The keel is a big part of the design. Yeah. In that case, Corey, I might just have you do a keel vent because I do not know how to do those. They make that 3 meter beam a single block. Maybe, I guess. Like, to be fair, airplanes don't have a lot of flat surfaces, I guess. Alright, there we go. Alright. And then something like this, maybe. And then realize that we have another case of this where we can just use 4 meter blocks. There we go. Something like that, maybe? That way it gives us 2 levels of cockpit, if we want. Yeah, I'd fly on that. Yeah, okay. Alright. That I'm pretty happy with. Now we get to do the back. I mean, for now, just continue to nose slope down like a ship valve, and between the bits can be filled in later. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of right now. Alright. So if we do this all the way back here, this is 100. This is 113. So I think like we go to like, I think 125 would work, stylistically. Because you're going to be sloping up a lot of that cockpit, right? And then the winds are going to be massive out to the side. So I feel like 125 but 175 could work for length to width. Alright, because it has to look big enough to fit stuff. So I'm hoping this is going to be big enough to fit stuff. And we can just say like, because does it have to be para-jump ready is the question, though. Alternatively, what if we just fit them in sideways? Put it in sideways. You know what I mean? Could be an idea, Check. Could be an idea. Alright. I'm gonna go ask how tight the restrictions are. How tight are the restrictions on cargo looking capable? Because my cargo bay at the moment is wide enough for the tank, but it's technically cylindrical. How many V8s to get it airborne? That's what I'm saying, right? Well, I know the jets are going to be in the winds, so you can see by the intakes there, right? That's the only place I can see jets being. So I assume if we put the jets covered in the winds, then we should be fine, yeah? So that's what I'm thinking of right now. Like, size-wise, I feel like this plane is big enough to carry most of what we have. I'm going to get rid of this tank. I'm just going to compare it to my APC. Because barrels that can be taken off and put it on before dropping them, right? So I'm not worried about that. Okay, compared to the APC... Excuse me? Oh, there we go. I was going to say weird. Alright, yeah, APC-wise, you could easily fit one of those in here. No questions asked. That fin's going to be super easy to fit in here. but cut a hole in the back. Yeah. Yeah, the bottom is just a boat hole. Well, yeah, that's where the fuel will go probably, or buoyancy. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Maybe add rubber guardrails inside so you can actually drive a tank inside, even if you don't have it in game like that. Well, yeah, we can do decos later. I'm just worried about the shape right now. Decos we can do later, because what I'll do is I'll have them probably. I'll do a basic shape, have them fill it with internals, and then go back and do all the deco work. Okay. I wish I could see if the back of this plane was sloped down or if it's consistently straight. I think it's the same as the front. Yeah, okay, it's sloped the same as the front, and then it's just the winds that are sloped up. Okay, okay, we can do that, no problem. We can do that, no problem. So what we actually do there is we do something neat little thing over here. Look at the main fuselage doesn't taper that much, just the boat hull and the wind connector. It only really starts behind the cargo ramp. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? Like, because the winds are kind of in line with where the cargo hold is. And I feel like lengthwise we're fine for our cargo. Yeah, set it? Yeah. So what we'll do is take here. We'll connect this on with one of these bad boys. That's the runway, I think. Oh, these are 3-meter slopes. Shit, okay, 1 second. I was wondering why they were so big. Yeah, no, in that case I need this one. And then that way, because what I would want, ideally, for the slope here is... Where is it? 4 meter. Backed up like this. You know what I mean? And then that way we can just have this here be the slope across. And then down here... let's do this. No, that wouldn't work. There's a way I wanted to do this where I use the inverted ones here to be able to get the corner to work how I'd want it to. So we might fuck around with this. But ideally, what I would want is left, right scaling out to 4. Move that forward. And then have it combined like this, right? There we go. That is the shape I wanted. Okay. And then we'll just have to lower the winds a little bit, I guess. Or alternatively, we just move the winds back. Because if we just do a little bit of this, and then have the winds out to from here, right? Does that make sense, chat? Who pinned me? Oh, okay, it's just not making sure I'm not missing any TPD pins. Alright. Do some deco slopes on top one another. That's probably going to be the plan, honestly. And then up here, just have the 2x2. That will also let us reinforce here. So I'm not too upset about that, you know? And then it's just in here where it becomes an issue because we're gonna have like the wind here. And it's gonna have to be like this, and then afterwards we go to try. Ah, okay, I figured it out. We got this. Easy. Easy. I figured out the transition. We're good. Alright. There we go. Now let's just make it look like it can fly. Where are we at? 141. 165. 173. That works for me. I think, yeah, that works. That works for me, chat. Probably want to have the front of the winds be triangle slopers, otherwise it'll be very blunt. That is true, yeah. Because I forgot that, yeah, aerodynamics-wise it's kind of fucked, isn't it? It's a little bit weird. Because I was thinking of doing something like this, right? Oh, that's annoying. Actually, what if we did it like that? Oh, that works a little bit aerodynamic-wise. And then honestly, yeah, I think we just do that instead of trying to do a square corner there. By the way, for what it will be, just for fun, or do you have a use? This is gonna be the cargo plane. At least that's, as far as my knowledge goes, that's my understanding is that this will be the cargo plane. There we go. Even with winds? Again, do you... Would be much better aerodynamics? I don't think we need even with winds, no. Alright, and then out here, we'll actually take one of these off. Yeah, that works. The back would be probably best 2 4-meter slopes down so you can actually get a proper aerofoil shape. That I'll have to look into once we get that. Because I'm used to deep water guard where you're doing this all at a minute scale, so I just use wedges versus, what's it called? Slopes. So like that's how I do my aerofoil shape. So I've never done 3-meter thick winds before, so we're gonna see how that goes. There we go. Yeah, I do have, okay, I do have mirror mode on. I was gonna say I'm gonna be so sad if I don't have mirror mode. Yeah, I think this is the right idea. I like this idea. Because just judging by the other builds we have, we're not exactly the most aesthetic faction. Like I don't have to go all out, you know? Especially if they don't have a cohesive style yet. So we can always change this, we can always revise these as we need to fit whatever style they come up with. It does feel weird to be building like this though. Why do you need a cargo plane? Don't worry about it. Mind your own business, other faction enjoyer. If you joined Mealtier, you'd know why we need a cargo plane, but I prefer at least 2-meter winds and even larger with the fighter. It looks more proportional. I think the Shrike gets away with 1-meter winds, same with the Frigate Bird does 2-meter winds, which is, again, something I'm not used to working with, so it's been actually quite a lot of fun working on it. Maybe that's what we'll do afterwards. As a treat, we'll do some Deepwater Guard later today. Because I'm in a building mood today. It's nice. Let's do a 2-meter offset here. 169. Nice. There we go. Something like this, I think, for the little doodad at the edge of the winds. Could be interesting. No idea what we're going to use these for yet, but I'm just doing this so we have the aesthetics there if we need them. Alright. Nah, it's going to ruin the aerodynamics. You know what? Fuck it, we don't need it. This one's big enough that we're just going to use jets anyway. It's not like it needs to go that fast. Logistic shit, there's no logistics in Season 2 because what do we know? One could be Archaeologist Vtuber in Season 1, even the GM. Really? Wow. Imagine an event in campaign. Oh, Lord, he'd come and the drop just a few metric tons of tanks on you. It could be funny. But yes, all I know is that it was requested that I build a cargo plane that could accommodate the tanks and the faction. So what I'll do is, like I said, I'll do the same style for this deck up here, where we put the truss metal. Because that way, if we need to take it out, lore-wise, it would be super easy to take out, because it's just like a deployable deck. There we go. Alrighty. We just have upkeep on craft, and that's a global thing because refueling was just something that wasn't done. Oh, wow, really? I'm surprised at how much went wrong in Season 1 in terms of, like... You think logistics and refueling would be one of the fun things about it. It's kind of like Campaign for North, or Campaign for Africa, right? One of my favorite board games. That I'm sure all of you have played before, correct? Honestly, I joke about that, but there's probably some of you here who have played Campaign for North Africa, so... Maybe I shouldn't joke about that. It's definitely at least one of you that played it. Should play it one stream? Oh, God, could you imagine? Alright, chat, we're gonna get Tabletop Simulator, we're gonna play Campaign for North Africa together. Who's in? Start claiming factions now, okay? Jesus Christ. Alright, let's get this developed up here. The back edge of the wind seems to go at least a little bit about to here-ish, I want to say. So I think that can be where we start. Alright. How do we feel about... Yeah, I think those size of winds work. That feels about right. There we go. You think so, but it was just incredibly annoying. You mostly collectively decided after S1 just to ditch it instead of figuring out how to make it non-annoying. Wow. Damn. Color me impressed. That's not good. Ah, I see what I did wrong. Okay. Damn, he says a big fishy. True. Big fishy is being built. Okay, hear me out. Oh, I still have tank doodling as one of my tags. Whoops. TPD building. There we go. Forgot to change the title, chat. Okay, hear me out. A version of this where the full interior gets taken out by a single cram. Hear me out. A version of this, but the entire interior is just cram. It just drops bombs on you. Alrighty, let's continue. There we go. Ba, 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 ba. Oh, I'm also building it 1, 2. Oh, fucking damn it. Okay, 1 second. God damn it. It's like, why is this so weird? That's because I built it too high. I was wondering why it looked so weird. One single bomb gonna make the sun look like a white dwarf. Oh my god. Just doom cram bomber. Actually, it's an interesting idea. But I don't know how good it would be. Maybe replace the back with 4-meter slopes. Looks kind of weird with the back being flat. Maybe. Like I said, I've never done winds like that before. So you're saying kind of do it like this, yeah? Have to use a lot of offsets for that, though. Okay, you know, I'm gonna do something I've never done before, chat. I'm gonna use the hot bar. And realize I hotbarred the wrong one. There we go. Because this way I can just, you know, trade easier between them. Actually, now that I think about it, how many times have I used the hotbar? I feel like I very rarely use it. Also, yes, that. Ugh, it feels so gross, though. Cram is ostensibly a close-range weapon. I guess. Do you have a full 3-meter height? You get a really nice teardrop shape. That's gonna be so much work, though. You're really gonna make me do that much work? Are you fucking kidding me? You're insane. Out Pizza the Hut? I think most people don't use the hot bar, but it's actually incredibly useful. You get used to it. Yeah. No, I'm telling that. Prefab? No. Why don't you prefab it? There we go. Imagine I missed like one step in there. I'm gonna be sad. Alright, let's prefab it. Take about the amount. Nope, did that wrong. I need you there. You there. And we fucked it up somewhere. It would have been right here is where we fucked it up. Alright, there we go, it works. Okay. Can't believe you guys are fucking convincing me to do this. Oh my god, it's gonna take so fucking long. Why do I trust you guys on anything? I hate it here. Why would you make me do this? No, fuck off. Just functional now. Why are you not working? Hello? Hello? Is this thing on? There we go. This is, okay, this is good. Okay, we're gonna prefab 1. I was just being lazy, I shouldn't have. Okay. Give me this one fully completed right here. There we go. Jesus Christ, it shouldn't have been that difficult. How are we missing this space? Are these ones longer than the... These ones are 4, aren't they? 1, 2, 3... Oh my fucking god. Okay, that explains why it didn't work. Gotta redo all of it now. May put a flat bottom when the under cambered exists. I don't even know what that means. I ain't gonna lie to you, Chief. Just assign 1 to 4 meter beams to the block currently using the slot 1-4, and it won't save so much time. Interesting. Alright, we have it the right... Yeah, it's fine, whatever. It's fine. Everything is A-okay. This is why I hate fucking tapering wins. Why do I even build planes anymore, chat? They suck. Nobody even looks at them. Nobody even uses them. Name one person you know who builds planes. The answer is you can't. Alright. Like, look at this BS. What am I supposed to do with this? Alright. Jesus, what's the volume on this campaign? No idea. I was just
Rustin,
told. I was told
I
to
have
make
a
it.
message from the field. You Rustin, you build planes.
Yeah, I know. Honestly, volume-wise, because it's a plane, it's not actually going to be too bad. But, I was told to build a plane that's big enough to carry APCs. So, that is what I am doing. Also, it ain't a campaign. True. Remember the wind needs to taper in thickness and chord? Yeah, no, fuck that. Absolutely not. Go fuck yourself. I'm not doing that. You do that, why don't you? Chat, why don't you build something today, huh, buddy? I don't see you guys building anything today. There we go. I realized the error of my ways, but I wanted to see what would happen. Alright. That is fine in there. Lazy stint. Well, Gravitas, I don't see you building it. Those ends should be pretty small. No. They can be as big as we want them to be. There we go. That works. Now we just bring it back. Now this is where things get fun. Because we're gonna need to attach these somehow. I'm not sure how I want to do it yet. I feel I'm going to sleep now. I'm rebuilding something in my sleep schedule. Alright, have a good one, M3. Thanks for coming out today. It's always good to see you. Alright, be sure to come out on Friday next time so you can steal first from Sheepachu again. Because I will say, I do see M3 like regularly in chat whenever I boot up stream. So I'm just saying, you all have to wake up pretty early. It's going to be like the repeat of last year where Tuesday, Carson, and Soulboy all fought for first by being there like hours early. Alright. We can do something like this, I think. But we're gonna have to taper it past down here, aren't we? I just thought of that. Shit. Because it's gonna want to be tapered down, right? I must admit the Silver Snow Shogun about for roast. I gotta go, so I'm not sure if he'll be back in time, but I'll watch the VODs in worst case scenario. No worries, I'll have the VOD released tonight, so you got time. Since you have the offsets for the back wings, you can easily have a taper by having more 4-meter slopes between each offset. I could do that, but I won't. Mostly to figure out how to style this. No worries, you're fine. Alright. Let's do this. Yeah, we'll have to taper back here, I guess. Like, I hate it when chat is right. It's so annoying. Because I'm gonna want to do this here, right? So here we go. And I am starving today. Like, I had breakfast. I don't know why I'm so hungry now. I want to at least get this a little bit more shaped out before I head out for today, though. But it might be another early day just because I'm starving. Alright, now we just flip this over. There we go. Is there like fucking construction going on? What the hell is that sound? Alright. If I knew there was gonna be like an entire fucking construction going on today, I would have moved stream to tomorrow. Jesus Christ. There we go. Move this in this way. Alrighty. I think what we'll do is we'll finish this up, we will do roasts, and then we will go from there, chat. But there's our wins in place. There's our... I think proportionally that looks like something I could, you know, move one of those APCs. If you have more slopes between each offset, you can have the wins slightly fin towards the end. No, it's already fin towards the end, we're fine. We don't need that. We don't need what you're buying. Or what you're selling. Thank you. Please come again. There we go. Let's do an offset down here, actually. There we go. And then that should be good, just like that, honestly. And that way we can avoid any big tapered needs there. And we should be good. Now from the side from the top, I mean the length. I genuinely have no idea what you're talking about, driver. I do not know what you mean, I'm sorry. Alright, let's see if we can taper this out as well, though. Just a little bit. Yeah, I think that's, and then there we go. Yeah, okay. We got that. There we go. Okay, that I can be pretty happy with at the back. Then we just do this, this. And then we just pretty much just keep tapering it out like that, yeah? I think that works for us. I see no reason why it wouldn't work for us. And then we just have this little area in here. There we go. I'll draw it in paint. Alright, have fun. And that way we don't have to do any weird conversions up here either. And we can just go here, here, and then here. There you go. I like those edges of the winds, I think. I think that works pretty good for us. Could put a little machine gun turret in the wingtips. No, I don't think this is meant to be armed, at least. I was not told to arm it with anything, so I will not. I will say, now that I'm looking at this, maybe I could do, like, a 2-meter offset down here, honestly. Make the winds a little bit bulkier. You know what I mean? Yeah, actually, let's try that. Because right now they feel like they taper off too thinly. So. Well, actually, this part over here still works, of course. And it's just right here where we need, like, oh, this would be the weird one that Potet always teaches me. So we move you down to, like, was it 0.33? Stretch you out to 2, move you forward. Ooh, no, it's not this one. This one probably only needs to be half then, I'd assume, right? Let's try it. I think it's 0.33 for, like, the ever time where he taught it to me, but this one I think is just because it's a 2 to 4, so we don't have to be as complex with it. Yeah, okay, I was right. There we go, I was right. We got this. Alright, there we go. And then we can just put a 4-meter here, and then we just do a 2-meter over here. See, chat, I do listen to Potet occasionally. Isn't that crazy? There we go. Try and go back to transition, my favorite. Oh, I know, right? It's not that hard to make, honestly. So it's like, it's not too much of an issue. But it's, sorry, I was just reading something. Oops. Okay. So that's the wingtips mostly done. Posted in FTD General. I will take a look. Yeah, no, I know how the I know what you mean by like the chord lines and all that. It's just that's wait, I'm not doing that for something like this. That'd be so much extra effort for honestly really not worth it. You know? I do like the idea of making this 2 down here but instead of 4. So let's prefab, scrap. I should probably just be faster, just do it like this. Just prefab it. It's not that much work, then you're welcome to do it. But it's not something I want to do. Alright, there we go. Yeah, like, guys, you have to understand, it's like one of those things where it's like, yeah, like, we could do it, you know, we could like literally add every single detail like a real plane would have, but no, because like there's a lot of stuff in FTD that just isn't worth doing, or normally isn't, you know, like it either makes it look too uncanny and too realistic, or sometimes it's just not worth doing because FTD has a different scale, right? And I'm trying to make this as FTD looking as possible, so a lot of the times I'll just be like, probably not, no. Contrarian. Alright. Then what we do is we have this over here match into this. Probably just get 2 meters down, yeah. And then here, let's bring it in like how we did on the other side. I would just have it thicker at the back, like I said I wanted it. There we go. Alright, connection-wise, I'm pretty happy with that. There we go. Alrighty. That is the good start to a plane. I can be pretty happy with that. And like, technically I guess we could make this come out even further. I don't see why we would. I think having a little bit of detail in there by having it scrunched is fine. It's gonna need a 61 Virgilian deco, so that's what we all was saying. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I assume there's no deco limit, but I like this one to not lag someone's PC when, like, Miser uses it, right? Alright, I think what we'll do is we'll continue this on Friday, because we just hit 4 hours, and I am a little bit tired, and also I need food. I'm starving. So, I think we raid someone new today. I think we go raid into Barley's friend, Be Deadly. Alright, chat? So, let's go see what she's up to. I believe she? I'm going to assume she, just judging by the VTuber model, but I'll ask when we get in there. Alrighty. But yeah, so, this week's schedule, we're gonna have the Goldwater video. I got busy last week, but this week I can actually get it done. Next week we'll do the Riker video, and then the week after that will be Sveno. No, sorry, the week after will be Fitzgerald, then Sveno last. No, Roast, oh right, yeah, I forgot about Roast, you're right, you guys are right. Calm down, I just forgot. Alright. Cargo plane, let's go see the Roast real quick. God, you guys are always so needy.
I have a message from the field, Roast.
Yeah, I said I remember it, don't worry. Alright, let's close that. Let's see what we get today. Sauron. Oh, you call one Sauron, okay, cool. Alright, let me get these all downloaded. Panhard, Stratagem, Chief, Ivermort, Hydra, Evil ass fucking fuck ass creature, Politica. You've already showed the Ford Granada, so I'm gonna skip that one. Letter of Mark, and Yari Eshigar. I'm only skipping the Ford Granada because we've seen that recently. You will cause actual IRL civil unrest if you forget roasts. I know, it's actually fucking insane. Alright, there we go. Made a lot of changes? Okay, I can take a look at it next time then. How many changes? Is it just like more engine stuff, or maybe the entire rear end? Okay, that's a significant change then. Because I was gonna say, I know the last few times it was just like deco changes. I'm like, there's really not much I can, educate about that. Because keep in mind, Roar Roast is meant to be educational. It's not just a way to show off stuff. Unless you get view farm on VODs. Yeah, we get a lot. We'll get a lot of view farming on the VODs today, I'm sure. Ay, guys. Alright. Let's see what fucking creatures you have made today. So many more opening bits. I'm not going to go through that much. I'm just going to look at the rear. I don't have all the time today. Because I'm sleepy. Alright, stratagem. Ooh, okay. Cringe build that's not cringe. Curious. That was interesting. I'm not against it. Casemates. Not only is it a simple weapon, you also have it clipping for your railing. Did you not think about this, cringe? How are you supposed to shoot when they clip into the railing? Okay, just got here. Yeah, cringe. How are you supposed to shoot this? Explain this to me, okay? Somebody make this make sense to me. How are you supposed to... Like, look at this clip in here. Cringe, you're a YouTuber. I expect better. The turrets themselves, nice. I like them quite a bit, actually, up here. Simple guns, cringe. Magic? No. Oh, offset VLS. That's interesting. I like that. That's pretty cool. Superstructure is nice. It's really... I want to see some more supports instead of just pure glass. Like, put some window frames. Side turrets, that's literally just a box. I feel like I want to have a bit more from you there. Side gun, simple weapon, cringe. Very carefully. Use deco to fold the railing down. Yeah, literally. Side paneling, it's a little bit repetitive, honestly. Like, I want to see a bit more here. Oh, you guys are getting hangry roar roast, by the way. The hangriness just on. Like, I ate a full breakfast today. I don't know why I'm so hangry. But, turn at the back. Feels a little bit too sloped. It's the base. Base is too wide. Cut off a layer. Plus, it's going over your stripe. Come on, dude. Cringe is being a bit cringe today. Yeah. See, Wiz, someone sat on your radar. Or your fire control. Someone just fucking sat on it. Need them stream snacks? I do. I'm out of stream snacks, though. I'm out of most snacks. I really need to do grocery shopping today. Aside from that, big radar dome up here, that's fine. Smokestacks. You are once again cutting through the smoke with your little spinny. You gotta keep those separate. Imagine all the carbon that's gonna be on that because it goes through the smoke every now and then. Alright, that's main issues with it. Oh, why did you guys have to submit so many today? God damn it. There was only 2 when I started this morning. I should have just not, put out the alert. Alright, letter of mark. I like the front. It's pretty nice. The anchors are nice. The gun barrels are too long. Same issue as on the normal plunderer. I like the little munition control though, that's cute. Doors are fine. The little winds on the... Okay, little canvas bits on the side are interesting. You've done the hull better. Right here though, not quite how it would be done. The way you carved into the hull here feels a little bit off. I would swap that around, see if you can make it so you don't have to carve into the hull. Like, over here you did fine, where you have the solid side, but, like, having just the corner here feels weird. What you could do is just take this off. And that would work better, I think, actually. Yeah, I think that would actually work a lot better. Or even go so far as to do... something like this. I think this actually works a lot better now that I'm looking at it. There you go. Alright, fixed your boat. That will be 20 bucks. At least he got to talk about Deepwater Guard, so he's not so grumpy. Whinieston today. That's not even how you spell whiny. Tech? You spelled whiny wrong. I'm not even drinking wine. That's like wine is in the alcohol. If you're spelling whiny, it's with an H. If you're gonna look, I know I do raw roast here, but if I'm gonna get roasted in return, please at least spell it. Drunkston? No, honestly, I don't know. Learning a new style, I feel like it's fun, but it also is quite, like, taxing. We're being elitist against people's grammar? Absolutely. Alcoholiston. Oh, the little crane back here is cute. I like this. I do like the pontoons here on the side, actually. This is pretty nice. You should send this to Paphos and see what he thinks about it. I will say about right here. Love the idea of having the pole go through the bottom AA gun. You have some rigging right here that would catch the barrel. Like, if you go, like, if you aim up too high, it'll catch the barrel right about here. So you want to avoid that. Ooh, it go up, true. No blueberry Winston, I know, right? The sideways gun angle is pretty interesting. It's pretty cool. I love this simple weapon here. Wonder where you got that from. Aside from that, I will say the superstructure is actually quite nice. Tons of guns in it. It's quite nice. Down here, it's a little bit simplistic. I want to see it a bit more Deepwater Guardified. Because between the paint and the very basic shaping, it feels very out of place. But the rest of it's pretty nice. Like, you did right at the front up here. Now just improve the back a little bit, you know? What's it, the angled Master's Peak? Yeah. Yeah, the Ransack does something similar, so. Yeah, just fix up your rigging, fix up your front deck there. Some areas feel a little bit too smooth, especially back here. Like, I would redo these windows and all that back here. Alright, yeah, that's Splendor. Yeah, perfectly janky. No, good job on this. It's coming along really nice compared to the first version, Gravitas. It's coming along really nicely. So, good job on that. How's the insides looking? How much metal do you use on this one? Oh, you use quite a bit of metal, okay. Alright, let's see. Moonpaw's Swellboy faction. What the fuck is this thing? Jesus Christ. Swellboy and Moonpaw, what are you guys cooking over in that faction? Thank God I didn't join this faction. What is this? Ew. So that creature, it has returned. Honestly, and now it swims too. Oh my God. Oh, sorry, just stretching here. He said, ew, I'm not getting abused. Nice. Yeah, no, it's, it looks like a platypus gone wrong. It looks like a platypus, but it had like a botched lobotomy. Alright, how do you even roast something like this? Look at its face, it's already been roasted by its critter. Yeah, that's what I'm, like, I was just staring at it here for a second. Like, what do I even say about this? I think if you wanted to look a bit more organic, maybe, the back legs and front legs are too symmetrical back and front right now. Like, give it, you know, like how, like, give it some actual back legs instead of just flippers, right? That's the only thing I can really say there. But, yeah, yikes. Alright, Ford Granada. The rear looks the exact same as last time I saw it. Fully redid the trunk. Oh, they all pop. Oh, thank you for making them pop open. Yeah, the engine's still like that. The interior's still fine. The trunk doesn't feel really different. Aside from maybe... Oh, you put the seats down, I guess. Okay, cool. Yeah, under here is all still the same. So, like, not much to say. It's nice and purple, though. I do like the purple on it. Okay. Hiver Mort? Who's Mort, and why are they a Hiver? Alright, I believe this one was requested with Deepwater Guard colors, so... Congratulations, you got him. You decoed the underside? Who imported the whole entire car into FTD? That's what I'm saying. I don't know. It's interesting the first time I see it. It's not as interesting afterwards. And like I said, there's really not much educational from it. Ooh, offset broadside. Okay, scrimp. I love how you can always tell when it's a scrimp vehicle. I love the offset broadside here in the center with the asymmetrical conning tower. That's pretty cool. Got some nice masts back here. Love the way you did these simple weapons with the flak. More life. Oh, those are life squares. Okay, okay. Lifeboat's secured. That's good. Ooh, cute little boat here. But he's unsecured, chat. This little boat's insecure. Oh no, he's a little secure. Okay. I feel like he would lean off to the side though, with only one. Like, when you put the ropes like this, I feel like it would probably like slide a bit and lean off to the side. So if you're gonna, you know, decorate a boat on there, just tilt it side, so yeah, like an angle, like maybe a 20-degree angle. Doesn't look Monkey Man anymore. It's just the high deco count fooling me. Yeah, I know. Plus, look, there's no truss. You can tell it's not a Monkey Man build because there's no truss. This is a scrimp build. Aside from that, everything else looks pretty normal to how you do stuff, scrimp. I really don't have much recommendations here, aside from just tilting those lifeboats if you want to do it only one side secure like that. The rest of us was pretty solid. Good job. Alrighty. It's probably Scrimp never joined TPD. I feel like that would be a good spot for you too. True, no trust. Power word removed. Deco. MBT7 Chief. Okay, neat. Let's see what this one is. Ooh, I like the front here with the viewport. This is Ahmed's game. Really like the turret and the mantlet. Good job there, as always. Ahmed normally does pretty high quality builds, so really nothing to complain about there. Tons of ERA. Like, a metric fuck ton of ERA. Which, not bad. I love the way little tracks on the front are done, like with the wood panels now. It's always so cool to see. Clipping, yeah, there's gonna be some clipping, but it's not too bad. It's like such a minute amount of clipping, I'm not really gonna fault that. Oh, 60mm autocannon, nice. It's one of the simple weapons I approve of. But I think with a turret this big, show me the inside. Yeah, I feel like you could easily sacrifice some of that armor to put on just a little hull-mounted APS guy there. So I don't know. I feel like you have room. But no, it's nice. I like this. It's a good amount of detail, and it's detailed well too. It's not like, you know, like there's some areas that are higher concentration, but it's not fully like, oh, it's not doing good, you know? Is it called Rule Britannia? I just saw it, yeah. Rule Britannia, Britannia Rule Waves. Nice. No, overall, good job, Ahmed. It's a really solid tank, yeah. Like, again, it looks FTD. Like, it has some circularness to it, but it still looks FTD. It's not, like, over the top, right? This just feels like something a player, like, you know, an average player would use in campaign. Good job. What's its firepower? 23, nice. Yeah. Pretty solid. Alrighty. Panhard. Ooh, another tank I see. Oh, it's the fucking Fox, isn't it? I recognize this little guy. Oh, Ahmed managed to sneak two in. I'm not sure how. I may have just grabbed two by accident there. That's on me. Either way, same little concept here, just a cute little guy. I will say though, it's actually a little bit too wide. I would make it a little bit longer in comparison to its width here, especially at the back. But, just a cute little guy. You're very skewed viewed with the word average roar. I'd say I'm like the average FTD player in terms of ability. Like 2,000 hours. You know, I can beat most campaigns. Like, cute little guy club. Yeah, I know. Alright, Hydra. Alright, this is a Monkey Man build. Wait, you submitted this the other day, didn't you? Did I grab this by accident? Yeah, this is the quad, guys. Yeah, nice try, Monkey Man. I may have grabbed some from the other day. No, he did just submit the same design. Also, it's under. No, nice try, Monkey Man. That's like 1. No, it's 1.83. That's, and he did submit it the other day, back when it was below 1 megabyte. Nice fucking try, Monkey Man. Get that shit out of here. It's updated, no? Yeah, but it's also over a megabyte, so... Nice try, buddy. Ooh, I have Sauron. Nice. Alright, this feels like GT almost. I like the tandem helipad, like the heliblades in tandem like that. That's pretty cool. I feel like these two center ones, though, should be the same. Having the two front, like, have the front one be lower and then the two center ones be the same and then the back one be higher would make more sense. Because right now it's a weird pattern of two, one, like one down, one up. Very square overall shaping in the silhouette. Like, look at it from up top, very square. Look at it from the side, very square. Front, not square, good job. Back, very square. So I feel like that's where you need to work. Also, tons of detail you need to put down here as well. That's why I don't recommend people, like, you know, don't do airships until you know how to spread out your aesthetic decos, because airships are really a lot harder to deco than ships. Built the entire airship around the heli, very fair, but I do feel like with ships at least you can get away with not decoing the bottom because it's a ship, no one's going to look there very often, but an airship, people are most of the time looking at the bottom side, actually. If they're fighting with a ship, of course. But yeah. And then, aside from this, like, if this is going to be your main, like, you know, source of turn power, definitely armor it up a bit, give it some more than just a 1 meter fin, you know what I mean? I want to see a bit more in there. Not a bad start, though. I can see the vision here. I can definitely see the vision. But I want to see a bit more. Alright, Polidnica. This is Comrade Tonk. Ooh, okay. So, I love stuff like this.
I have a message from the field.
Up?
This is an old gal. First airship I was really happy with. Submitted mostly to see how much I've improved.
Okay, yeah, but... So, my one issue with that is, like, how am I supposed to give advice on something like this if you don't build like this anymore, you know what I mean? I will say, I do like the front part, and I feel like you should add this kind of back to your builds, where you have, like, the blimp with the little platform coming off it like this. This is the only part of this I really like, though. Everything else, yeah, you've already do better. So, there's really not much else to say, but add more ramps like these with, like, the truss underneath them like this. Build like this more, I don't know. Yeah. Because, like, it kind of makes... I love, like, when airships kind of remind me of submarines, if that makes sense. It's one of my favorite fins, so that's what I recommend there. Alright, then we finally have the Ashigaru for Silver Snow. Okay, let's take a look at this little guy. Oh, he is chonky. Okay, so, first one I see is... make him longer, make him a little bit less chonky. Also, the sides of the hull... yeah, maybe it's just because he doesn't have the ice on him yet, but I feel like he needs to be slimmer. Also, we don't really do crests like this. We do, you want to have, you wouldn't have this front section. You want to have this entire area here should be gold from the door out to the front, and then have the crest up here. So that's a big issue I see here. Aside from that, down here should be white, because it's underneath and part of the bridge. I'm not seeing much white on this, and like white is a big part of the design style, keep in mind. So, there we go. Back here, that's fine to keep that, but like in here should probably be white. What else is there? The boiler not being white is fine. Is that a fucking No, absolutely not. We're not doing... That better not be a fucking azopod. If that's just one propeller, then fine, I'm fine with that, but it better not turn into a goddamn azopod. I like the little bit you did here. This is cool. I'm not against this little bit being here to like really add to the ice there. Goddamn, that is a big engine. That's not an azopod. Okay, in that case, I'll allow it then. Aside from that, just make sure you trickle down the ice. Also, you just kind of slap these on the side here. I kind of want to see them more immersed into the hull, kind of like casemates almost. Open top. I think you're going a little bit too diamond aesthetic on the ice. That looks more like a gemstone than a chunk of ice, you know what I mean? That's my only real complaint there. I think if Silver Snow Shogunate did do open top, I don't think it would be quite like that. Also, the little ice diodes up here, while cute, they do look like little crowns. I don't think we really do that either. Same with like the crystal stuff, because keep in mind, this isn't crystal-based magic. But I like the superstructure here if you just paint it. And then back here, same idea, like just paint it up a little bit better. Redo the combo so it works a little bit more with the design. There really shouldn't be any need to structure, like to deco it. It should just be, you know, fully done. Only really the back bit is connected? Yeah. Suffers from being a hull with stuff on top. I agree. Like I think back here you integrated this very nicely. Also keep in mind, only the Ronin really has like the back boilers. You don't really need them if you don't. Like if your engine is in the center, then you don't need the side boilers. You can put whatever you want there. It's just the Ronin did that because it needed the double steam engines, because the Ronin is meant to be a faster craft. So I would change that up. But aside from that, yeah, like. The hull shape itself, too, feels a little bit primitive. I feel like you could definitely shape it a bit better, you know? Whoops. But interested to see where you go. Also, keep in mind the ice color is trim. Oh, that's just the lighting, I guess. No, there is some that's... Why is that lit so weirdly? Okay, maybe it's just Ash's lighting to my right, folks. But yeah. And I feel like he kind of sloped this out a bit too much back here. It's a big-ass boiler for some rudders. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? So I would get rid of the side boilers. That way you can fit more guns in or torpedoes. Do whatever you want. Like, you know, just try it out. See what you do. And then I would also clean up the hull a little bit. If you're gonna do it, if you want it to be taller, I would do 3, 2, 1, stuff like that, right? But yeah, overall not bad. Again, it's a hard it's like I said, Silver Snow Shogunate is a hard style to replicate, and it's the easiest style in the campaign so far. So like, I don't expect a lot of people to build for my campaign, because pretty much every fucking piece is going to be a challenge to build. But yeah, that has been today's stream, chat. Thank you guys so much for joining me for about 5 hours. Sin is driving me insane. Well, we started 4 times already. Keep the back, and when you restart, when you restart, keep stuff that you like. So keep the back where how you did that big rudder. I think that was really nicely integrated. The front and the sides definitely need to be more integrated though, like Moonpaw said. I think. Give the Super a new haircut and paint better. Yeah, pretty much. Also, don't be afraid to make it a little bit taller too. You made it very short and squat. So definitely, you know, go from there. I want to see what you do with it. Anyway, let's go raid Be Deadly. There we go. And let's go see what she's up to, shall we? Here, let's turn off the music for now. Aside from me, I'll be back on Friday. And you know what? If we're not doing Mjolnir, I might do some Silver Snow Shogunate just to show people how to do it again. But thank you guys so much for joining me today. Like I said, I'll have Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday off this week, so I'm probably gonna be, I don't know, I'm probably gonna go outside, touch grass. It's a nice weekend. Might go for a hike with some friends, we'll see. But, yeah, go from there. Oh, wait, also, I do have a funny story, actually, before we leave. I was talking with my one friend yesterday, and they were like, oh yeah, my brother plays FTD now. I was like, oh, that's cool. Turns out their brother knows me from like FTD, and I was like, oh god, that's terrifying, because like this friend and I hadn't seen each other since like first year uni, so I was like, that's terrifying that like people IRL know me through online now. Anyway, that being said, I will let y'all go now. I hope you enjoyed the raid. Let's go see what Be Deadly's up to, and I will see you guys on Friday. Goodbye.